This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Welcome to the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. You're here with Phil G, and this is the Super 5 of the European Cricket Series tonight here in Portugal in the beautiful Miranda do Corvo. And it is match 1 and match 2 today. And so today we've got, for match 1, let's talk about match 1 firstly, is Awaris versus the Lisbon Supergiants, both qualified for the Super 5 in the group stages. So why don't we get over and have a look at the all-important coin toss.
Your call. Head is the call. And head it is. Sorry? Head it is. We'll be doing batting first. Lisbon Giants won the toss. They'll have a bat first.
So there you have it. Supergiants win the toss and they're going to have a bat first. So happy to send the Awaris team into the field. It's a pretty warm day today. Let's have a look at the sides there. So Conrad Greenshields, as usual, skippering the team from Awaris. And that looks like a pretty strong lineup to me. Taj Mohammed, express pace bowler there, and some really good firepower in the batting as well. Not just Conrad, but also Sawa, who has made some brilliant runs in this series, and of course Imran Khan. Those three especially are going to make a lot of impact here. Gurjit Singh all-rounder there, and Giri Singh behind the stumps. For the Lisbon Supergiants, you've got, it's good to see Ruzul Chowdhury's back in, from maybe fresh from his fifer and hat-trick that he took in the group stage. There's also, I'm looking for Jaswant Singh. Yep, he's in there as well. Now, Jaswant Singh, he'll probably open the bowling, as he's always done, and he's a very tricky customer at the very top there. And Amandeep Singh, watch out for him. Almost got 100 during the group stage, 98, tantalisingly close, and you never know, he might make up for it today. Could be a big one. It will be a big one because it's match 1 of Super 5 here at the ECSN Portugal. I can't wait for it to get started. Computer looks at this and says, well, they like Awaris, 86%, wow. And Lisbon Supergiants, 14. That's quite a discrepancy. But these conditions, it's warm, as I said before. It's 32 degrees out there. It's probably warmer in the centre, and it's quite warm in here as well. And where the commentary position is. And let me give a quick shout out and introduction to my fellow commentator in just a moment. Upcoming events, hold that thought. Sorry about that. Portugal is obviously on Cyprus. Czechia, we're going to get to Czechia, my hometown, very shortly. The Cyprus ECS started yesterday, don't forget that. But we go to Czechia mid-month. Next month, get into Romania and Hungary, ECS and ECI action there. Bulgaria, Croatia in end of July, August. And look for the ECS women event there in Croatia. The first one of its kind, that 3 days is going to be amazing. Get a hold of that. Now I can introduce you, Vinny. Vinny, my co-commentator, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, great to be here. I've just been a multitasking. I was keeping an eye on a bit of cricket going on around the world. I know that West Indies are playing Papua New Guinea today in the World Cup. I'm also still watching Cyprus because we've got a little bit of a crossover here tonight, although not too much. Looks like they've got about an over and a half to go over there in Cyprus. And it's a long old day there. It was a 6-game day because of the format. They need to basically get 56 matches in 11 days to get through the group stages there.
Super Sunday, wasn't it?
Super Sunday, and we're also excited. It's super for another reason because tonight we start the Super 5s with the top 5 teams from the group stage coming back here. And some of them we have seen recently, some not so recently. But ultimately, the top 2... the top 3 teams, I should say, will take part in finals on Friday. So that's now right. It's always tough because you've got to keep cutting. We've cut 10 to 5. 5 will have to get cut to 3 after Thursday night's games. So we're going to start with the cracker here between Awaris and LSG, I should say.
Yes, I'm been looking forward to this one. I think you asked me yesterday who's my pick, and I said, look, I really do like Awaris, but I also said I like the Supergiants, and you gave me a little bit of stick because I said they've been so friendly and so nice to me, and they've been so welcoming and accommodating, but they've also been fantastic as well. They played a really good tournament in Group A stages, and really super impressed with them. A couple of their players, the ones I called out when we looked at the team sheets earlier, Amandeep Singh in the batting department and Jaswant Singh in the bowling department. Just 2 players who really caught my eye right from the very start. And it looks like we're set to go. Super 5 starts right now. Well, that got up around head height. And Greenshields, who's behind the stumps. Conrad, he had to take evasive action as well. Then that's just a reminder to everybody that this pitch is it's a player in its own right almost. It really is.
You're right about that. Anyway, I think just with these two teams, probably a bit more depth in the Awarish lineup. So certainly gets up a bit. Asad Mahmood's nothing but kind of left arm slow medium, but he puts the ball in dangerous areas, and we've seen him got a lot of wickets on ECN.
Yeah, absolutely. He's when the first couple of games for Awarish, he was bowling sort of about overs 4 or 5. Well, that gets away from everybody there. Bit of a chase down the back there.
Well, here's the thing, Greenshields, he's got the gloves. I have seen him keeping a fair bit before, actually. In the ECL, he was used as a keeping option when he had a shoulder injury, and we don't really see him bowling anymore just because of his body. He's got the body of a 76-year-old man and the face of a 68-year-old. But no, that's why he's being used as... He's really nothing more than a part-time with the gloves. Unfortunately, that one gets the better of him, and it goes for 4 byes. Hello to all the Conrad fans out there, by the way.
Good introduction to those fans. Hit inside out there, and there you go. First catch taken, well taken. Bit of pace there to get for the fielder to get around there, and he's taken it very well indeed. First blow in this match 1 of the Super 5.
Yeah, it was well taken, just kind of lurking down to the right. And so, yeah, pretty happy with how things are going there. I think it's Gurjeet that takes that catch in the circle. Thick outside edge hangs, and that is the first wicket of the night. It's 5 for 1. Quick hello to everyone on the chat. Hello to Chris Smith. Good to see you in there. Wayne's in there as well. I know we're just getting a few people tuning in now that might be just popping across slowly but surely from Cyprus, where I think the last over is just underway.
Yeah, they're just catching the tail end of the action down there in Cyprus with Rico and Nish. And I'll just add my welcome to everybody as well. Love to see you all here, and it's going to be a wonderful evening of cricket here. This match has just started off very nicely for Awarish, that's for sure, getting that first wicket in, and that's going to give them a bit of a buzz. So, yeah, I wasn't too sure if the fielder was going to get to that. Honestly, I thought it was going to run away from him, but he made good ground, and result is 1 down in the first. Mahmood successful.
It's pretty hard to lose your run when it's only 2 steps long, but I think the batter wasn't quite ready.
I think so too.
I think Gary's pushed the 60 seconds there as well. Had a bit of an equipment swap on the way, but all good to go and continue with this first over.
It's coming down the ground. It's going to go well over the leaping Sawa, and that is a big hit for 6. So, Gary, he may take a few moments to get his gear together, but he is in gear already. Look at that shot.
Cracking shot. I mean, it's hard to have confidence to drive on this pitch because we know there's a few gremlins in it.
Oh, yeah.
But a brilliant shot. First Maximo of the night. LSG got underway.
It's going to be another one. No, it's probably going to land just inside the line. It's just over the line, actually. That is back-to-back 6s. Back-to-back Maximos. Good start here from Geary.
Well, things can change very quickly. We know that. And Mahmood's over takes a turn as Geary announces his arrival with 2 smoked Maximos into the first over. 17 for 1. And I know the odds were pretty heavily stacked in the Swans' favour, but it just shows you if someone like a Geary can come off and get them off to a good total, maybe 120, 130 plus, especially with this pitch the way it is. Maybe they can pull off a bit of an upset here. Should mention also, we'll get to the table in a moment, but all the numbers are reset to 0, except for there's some points that teams carry through as a reward for finishing higher up the ladder in the initial stages. So Awarish, because they finished first in their group, carry 4 points through. Lisbon Super Giants carry 2 points through. Now, the Capitals, who were the best placed third place team, making up the Super 5s, they will have to start from scratch. So we'll make a bit more sense in a moment. Here's Junaid Khan, over 100 wickets on ECN. He's going to bowl over number 2.
Outside the line, it's got away again. That will be stopped. Bit of fancy footwork, and his teammate comes across and cleans up.
Conrad, he hasn't had the greatest start here. Had to get down. Like I said, he's an all-rounder. In some respects, his keeping he's a coordinated guy. He's a classic case of a good fielder that you put the gloves on him.
Yes,
doesn't automatically translate to kind of those little instincts. But anyway, he's doing a job back there.
Oh, that's a really thick edge, and that's going to run away for a boundary. So that is Geary still gearing up here. He's only faced a handful of deliveries, and he's already shot along to 16 after 3. That's really good going, good motoring.
Well, it's a good day to be on fire because of the heat. Still 30 degrees, even though it's past 5:30 local time here in Portugal.
Yeah, I think today's been the hottest day of the whole tour for me. That's for sure. Really warm. Jenny in again.
Oh,
Whoa, that took off.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say get behind the line of this, but that's one way to get your head removed from your shoulders. This really takes off from Junaid, who, for a fast bowler, Junaid has to be one of the nicest guys on the circuit.
He's terrific, isn't he?
But, I mean, that wasn't a very nice delivery to have to deal with.
This pitch is quite incredible. I'm not kidding when I say it's got a character of its own. Sometimes it's happy, sometimes it's sad.
This pitch should have its own Instagram page, I think.
I think it should too. It's a good call.
Hey, I also got to mention something. Phil, you've done such a great week over the past, such a great job over the past 3 weeks.
Yep.
But tonight's your last night.
It is.
Before you leave it to me to take this baby home. But I want to say thanks on behalf of all of you. I know we'll mention it a few times on the way through, but I hope you have an awesome finish to your Portugal experience.
I know I will, and it has been an absolute blast. I've enjoyed every second of it. That's a lovely edge, and it's going to beat the fieldsman. Scurries around and can't stop that. That was a pretty thick edge, healthy, but just wide of the fielder who took that catch early. And we think that's Gurjeet Singh out there with the flat floppy hat on.
Well, let me just tell you, we coined the term the vortex when we were in Bulgaria a couple of years ago because it has a very fast, unnaturally fast part of the field. It's also a bit downhill.
Yep.
Some other fields also have vortexes. This is one. The deep third vortex.
Right.
Those edges just flying, and they seem to have a mind of their own. We saw a game one off a Vortex 6, didn't we, yesterday?
Yes.
And that was a thick outside edge, went all the way. Junaid's pace becoming a bit of a hindrance on that occasion. Giri 20 off 6, magical start for him.
Gets the charge, comes down the ground. It's not going to carry, unless it goes to the fielder, it's not going to carry the banjo line, but boom, done. Imran Khan with a great catch.
Yeah, Imran makes it look easy because it was. Man, Giri, it's only a cameo. They would have loved more than that. Lisbon Super Giants takes it on, as they say. Like the all-in manoeuvre, works every time but once, and Junaid fights back, just the 8 off the over. 6 of those came in one shot, and after 2 overs, Lisbon Super Giants 26 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really critical wicket, though, because Giri was properly into gear. So that was the result of the Group A standings.
Yeah.
You can see there that, well, you could see there almost. Punjab, CC Amaduro finished top of the table, and the team we're seeing here batting right now, the Lisbon Super Giants, came in second, and they're battling it out in this first Super 5 game against Awarish. And I've got to say, yeah, when Giri came in, he hit a couple of sixes back-to-back, and I thought, well, this is what they want. This is going to be a really good quick injection of real fire into the veins of their batting and their innings. And unfortunately, he's gone way earlier than they would have wanted. 26 for 2 after 2. They're going to feel that. I'm sure they're going to feel it. Now they've got to rebuild again.
Yeah, that's right.
It's Taj Muhammad to help them rebuild.
Yeah,
Steaming in.
He's an engine, isn't he?
Oh, there's a chance here. It's going straight up. Sarwar with the safe hands. And that is first wicket to Taj Muhammad. Went for the big hit down the ground. Just couldn't get enough of that. And Amardeep Singh cannot believe it. He's staring to the sky. He's walking slowly off. He is absolutely gutted.
Yeah, and just again, doesn't quite get it right. The pitch isn't easy to read, and you're going to see that. You just don't know how much it's going to bounce. So to get in the front foot, you're playing a bit of guesswork, and Sawa makes it look easy again because that was pretty easy as well. It was a good catching. Still got to hold him. So 3 wickets down, 26 for 3.
That's right. You could see he was very clearly telling his teammates as they came around him, I've got this. And he sure did. Those big hands clasped around that grizzly. That's mine. So Taj Muhammad, for his first delivery in this over, yields a wicket, and a very important one. Amardeep Singh, who has made a lot of runs in this tournament too, back in the Group A group stage. So he comes in again. New batsman facing. Proper pace. Gets through on a good bounce, nice and level. He's a fiery customer, isn't he, Taj?
Yeah,
he
is.
gets going. He's
It's
a wonderful
just,
bowler.
He's got that raw pace, doesn't he? He's got that raw ability. And you love to see it.
Yeah, a little bit of movement away there, and it kept moving after it past the bat, and well taken by Keeper Greenshields. So early days, 26 for 3 on the board. Super Giants need that scoreboard ticking. Just defensive pride. batsman scamper through, and that is Nikhil Dhingra, who gets himself off the mark. And looks like it's going to be Patap is going to have a go now.
Yeah, so Patap hoping to turn this around. Wonder if they go back to Junaid in this next over. They've got a lot of options, don't they? Like I said, that depth just allows you to call on different players to step up.
It's probably not a bad idea to go to Junaid, to be honest. Just keep that pressure up, keep the score.
I do like him at the end, but I just feel like they're a couple of wickets away from breaking this innings right open and chasing something really tiny.
Yeah. Whoa! What an absolute peach. That's a cracking delivery.
It's got a real strong action, and it has a proper kind of, almost like a sling over at the end. And look at that, just take off. Patap survives it, but it won't do anything for his confidence. What an over this is from Taj Muhammad. Let's have a look at the load up here. See? Very strong over the top.
Wow. Almost cut him in half. Honestly, any bowler, fast bowler in the world could watch that all day.
Really good length to bowl.
Wasn't it? Patap manages to get away. Nicely fielded, though, at point, just to stops it getting away from the fielder. And the teammate rushes in. The shive's a bit wide. They're going to get one overthrow here. Heavy shy at the stumps. And there's another overthrow. Oof.
Yeah, that's good running.
That is clever running.
I was going to say, credit to Patap, who gets behind it. Maybe we can see this whole ball again. I know they want to check something here, but I'm not quite sure what they're checking. But, it's never easy after getting a delivery like that the ball before to then kind of get in behind the next one. So in the end, he'll actually get 3 for it. A rare 3, and the ball never leaves the infield.
From what was a very, very sort of sedate, just push towards the point area. That was really good running. Well, he's gone aerial, and that's going to basically go into the hands of Imran. Takes a spectacular catch, Aussie rule style, 2 hands above his head. Well caught. That's the second catch for him out here.
Well, I mean, the overthrow kind of, in the end, gets punished because it changes the striker, and Dhingra is going to be the 4th to fall. It's another wicket off the last ball of an over, and Imran has a good old-fashioned ice cream cone. It's a nice day for an ice cream, but it almost pops out of the top of his hands.
Yep.
But in the end, he is able to hold on, and Lisbon Supergiants 30 for 4 after 3.
Yeah, he timed his grab really well there. Just taking me back to the AFL days. So let's have a look at the tower blocks there. So wonderful start for the Lisbon Supergiants despite losing wicket in the first over. 17 off that first over. And we were thinking, well, I was definitely thinking, I'm not sure if you were thinking it too, I was thinking if you offered that to Lisbon Supergiants, they'd probably take it. 1 wicket for 17, but then all there after that just downhill. And now it's 4 back in the shed, 30 on the board. Power play done. And a lot of work for these two batsmen in these next few overs to basically stem the flow of wickets and get the flow of runs back on board.
I like that they're going to Junaid. I'd be trying to completely wreck this innings. I'd be going Junaid. I'd probably go Taj Muhammad again.
Yep.
And then, because you're not going to run out of bowling.
No.
I think you got to get them while they're hot. I think everyone's pretty hot at the moment. But yeah, it also has the batters probably in two minds. Am I just trying to survive this onslaught, or am I actually trying to attack? Oh, that flies
lifted.
Love to see it, though. I mean, all the fast bowlers, like you say, they're really enjoying watching this pitch. Well, Cyprus looks like it's wound down for the day. So hello to everyone that's joined us from over there. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Phil G, with you for night number 20, which is actually the first night of the Super Fives.
That's it. Oh, Junaid just strays off onto the wide line there.
Good stop by Conrad that time, and I was getting stuck into him a little bit, but that's a very good stop because it gets him on the second bounce. And it's pretty tough because you can actually see that's the same kind of pace delivery. One, he took up over his head. The next one doesn't carry. So it's not. So let's say he goes forward to then take a ball like that before it bounces twice.
Yep.
The next one just go over his head.
That's right.
So yeah, it's a tough field to keep on.
Very much so, yes. It's a similar one. Just slightly gets away, but he's recovered well. Just slightly out of the glove there. Shout out in the chat to Tim Harmer, who joins us here after watching Cyprus all day. And lovely to have you with us, Tim.
He said, this field looks green compared to Cyprus. And I agree.
Yes.
Because Cyprus, I mean, it was 30, I think it was 36 there today. And on that ground, that would be like 66. I've been there.
Oh, wow.
It's a great ground, but like I said,
It's a tad warm.
That part of the earth at this time of the year.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. Gets the batsman playing a shot there, which maybe should have connected with. That's a good delivery from Junaid Khan. A lot of pressure here on the batsman. The batsman pro thinking, when's the pressure going to be eased off? When are we going to get a bowler we can maybe get after? And at the moment, you said it before, Vinny, they're probably just switched into a little bit of survival mode at the moment. Just, batten down the hatches and try to wear the storm. Bat on ball. It's going to head out towards point. Shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Oh, no, it was the keeper's end.
Yeah, we're backed up. Apparently over there, now I was setting up for this, I'm not quite sure what happened, but apparently the commentary broke. And maybe Rico and Nish have taken the commentary to strange new places. If you say, they do say if you say more than a million words in a day, their systems just conk out.
Okay.
So maybe that's what's happened over there. Either that or the cord's melted. One of the two.
Batsman gets a little bit out of position there and cannot quite reach that delivery that was just a little bit wider. Maybe saw him give him a bit of a charge as well. I was thinking maybe it was a case of if you say more than a million words a day, a small little hole will open, a little singularity will open up, and some of the world will get in the universe get swallowed.
Yeah, well, that's Corey's. It's Corey's philosophy anyway for a 50-run over.
Yeah,
the Big Bang.
yeah, that's how it started. Junaid in again. It was a good straight delivery, but batsman's equal to task. Hits it down the ground, so feels just in front of us here in the commentary position.
Chaudhry was brilliant, wasn't he, with that five in the hat-trick that he took in the group stages, but now they need some heroics with the bat.
That's right. They'll need him with the bowling as well. If he can pull up another five for later on today, well, they'll be in all sorts of fun territory if that happens. But that's a big ask, especially against Irish. Strong batting lineup. Nice edge. Intentional.
Protect the vortex. That's what they do.
That's what they do.
At the end of the fourth over, Junaid finishes with pretty good figures of 1 for 13, 35 for 4 after 4.
Well, it's an interesting start. Obviously, it's been a very ferocious start for the Super Giants, who have to weather quite a storm here. They've lost 4. They're in a little bit of trouble now already. There's only 6 overs to go. They won the toss and wanted to bat first, but they've lost a couple of their big guns already. And there's so much on the shoulders of these two now. And they're like I said in the previous over, they're probably looking for a bowler to come on who they can properly get after, and they're probably looking for just a little bit of respite from this proper pace bowling that's happening right now.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to go for Gurjeet Singh. So they've resisted the temptation to bowl Taj out.
Yeah.
So,
what do you think?
I probably would have gone for the kill.
I would have bowled Taj.
No, not speaking literally, but probably wouldn't be possible on this pitch. Anyway, Pratap faces up. Gurjeet with the ball.
Strays it onto the pads. And that's been tucked away very nicely for 4 runs through that about a 45 on the leg side.
But I will say as a captain, I don't have much captaincy experience. I never quite liked doing it and keeping because I felt it was a bit of overload. But I normally got greedy. I lived for the now. So I know they got the idea of coming back later, and that's true. But just sometimes I thought, no, don't give the opposition a window back in. I don't even want there to be a later if I'm Awarish in this innings.
Exactly. Yes, I agree. Oh, that's spewed off in the air, and it's going to be just spilled as the fielder's gone. That's Lucky up there, I think.
That's Lucky. Does everything right. The big elbows hit the ground, and they penetrate the Earth's surface, and the ball comes out. They did everything right. It was a proper heave job. Look at the dive here. Comes in, gets it. Maybe it was never quite in the mitts, but good effort nonetheless. Good to see him getting off his feet there.
Very good. As I do say sometimes, he did everything right except take the catch. Hits directly to the bowler who just doesn't able to hold on to that little rocket, but he deflects it and takes a bit of pace off instead.
Ouch.
That would have stung.
Burst through the hands.
Yeah.
And that could have been worse because it could have been straighter, and then it probably is a bit of face time that Gurjeet doesn't want.
Gets the charge, and it connects, and that's gone straight over extra cover boundary for a big Maximo. Big hit there. Needed. Super Giants. They really needed something to free up some pressure here. 47 for 4. Couple more balls go in the 5th over.
A really good shot.
Wasn't it?
Just got all of it, didn't he? I like that he kind of assesses the field. He spots a gap over there. It's a difficult shot to play, but he gets every piece of it.
think it's a swing and a miss with the next ball. It was there. It was there for almost a similar shot. I mean, we saw Chambers last night play a terrific shot that got up close, and he had that just moment where he cut
the
up
uppercut.
like that.
Yeah,
the uppercut. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I think it's a bit shorter. Obviously, you've seen a guy hit you off the front foot for 6, so he basically challenges him a little bit with a shorter length.
Well, that's not a bad shot either, and that's going to be taken on the boundary line. Lovely take there. Good catching in the outfield by this team, Irish. Very good catching in the outfield.
Yeah, I think they're happy with the catch. I mean, Taj does really well. He takes it and let's have a look at the feet here. It's all about the feet, but you never see the rope move. I think he's happy with it. Kind of throws it to himself anyway for fun.
Yeah.
But,
yep.
He's actually said, he must have said that he's hit the rope. Well, I mean, it might be news to Taj. I don't feel this one more time. Because, I mean, we certainly didn't see any evidence there. In fact, I was pretty sure it was fine.
Yeah.
I guess there's people, the officials are right behind that. But again, if there's doubt, it should be out in this case. Because if there's doubt on a boundary, I don't know if we got this one more time on the replay. I'm just not sure if we can get that back. But so I'm guessing, just judging by the applause, they're giving it 6. That's a real lucky break.
They have given it 6 indeed. I could see the officials motioning towards the umpire. And through the radio, it's explained to them that is indeed 6. They felt that his back foot was definitely touching the rope. And the officials are not in a bad position up there.
They're in position, but
still.
Look, he seemed pretty sure he'd caught it. We're not in a great position to see. Let's be honest. So, look, in the end, somebody was sure. The officials, they thought it was a case of the foot touching the rope, and they give it 6 runs. So, Maximo time to finish the 5th over. And I want to talk about the standings, but that moment's gone now as well, as we've got Azim Sawa come to the attack. So, what you saw there was that the 2 teams that finish on the top of the table, they carry 4 points through. Those 2 teams are Oresh and Punjab CC Amadora. Lisbon Supergiants and Fighters finish second in their group. They start on 2 points. And Lisbon Capitals have to start from scratch. Each team will play 4 matches in the Super 5s.
That's going to go into the hands this time. No danger there of the fielder touching the rope. Very good take there. Gurjeet Singh with a safe pair of hands on the boundary line right in front of us.
Yeah, really nice take. He made a nice little sound.
Yeah.
Knew he had some room to move. Mate, I think he's a little bit irritated that he had that 6 against him when he was bowling last over. That brought up the 50. Straight away, he's back in the action, taking an important catch. 53 for 5 now.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Vinny. I think his reaction after taking the catch was, a little bit of frustration, but he sort of put the hand up and said, I'm cool now, I'm cool, because he had everything to do with taking that really good catch at eye level, went into the hand very nicely, and yes, Lisbon Supergiants in a lot of danger now. 5 down, and Sawa gets a scalp. Punch down the ground. Imran Khan getting around.
Great fielding.
He's really good fielding.
He's
quick across the ground there, isn't he?
Yeah,
very quick.
On an uneven surface, that's a very good piece of ground fielding. Now, ground fielding's pretty much just as important as catching, I think, on this field as well, because, if you can turn a 4 into a 1 a couple of times and over, you can save 6 runs and over. That could be about 60 runs in the innings.
6 runs and over could be very important. This is going straight up, and that could be more catching practice. And it is catching practice, and it is absolutely out. Sawa gets a second, a skyer, and that has been taken rather easily. And Patap is gone for a quick fire 22.
Yeah, another cameo, but it'll go no further. Asad Mahmood takes a great one on the run.
Yeah. And
you can see, they've been catching well, haven't they? I mean, they had that one that Lucky put down, Lakshman Wirakun, but apart from that, they've been flawless. LSG have lost 6 wickets within 6 overs now, 54 for 6.
Yeah, LSG. They're a bit in danger here of losing all their wickets for the old 10 overs gone. They would hate to be in that situation, to leave any deliveries on the table that they didn't use up in this 10 over game.
You can see the difference. If you hit the ball in the air to good teams, you lose wickets. And how many times have we seen these kind of catches being dropped, and then guy that makes 20 might end up making 60 or 70.
Yeah,
so
it's way often, doesn't it?
So providing some variety with his left arm spin here.
So I thought it was pad before bat. Umpire was not interested either way.
Yeah, I think it was inside edge onto the pad. That's how the umpire sees it as well.
That's As-Samad, who's the new batsman out there, Atta As-Samad. Got a good story about Atta As-Samad for you. Something you might already know about him. Oh, great delivery.
2 for 2 for Sawa. What a great over.
Brilliant.
And LSG 55 for 6 after 6. Okay, tell me about Atta.
So Atta, he's obviously he's from Pakistan, from a small village in Pakistan. Can't remember the name of the village. And he grew up in the same street and played cricket with Falak Zeb from Randa Dragons.
Is that right?
And they met each other here in ECN tournament.
Wow.
And when they saw each other, apparently it was a moment of jaw drop.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they both told that story a couple of weeks ago when they played in the same game. And I was wondering why they were so sort of like look at each other with big smiles and they were very friendly on opposite teams.
Amazing to think that you'd meet in a televised cricket match the next time.
It was quite amazing, yeah.
Oh, how about that? Anyway, here's Absar Alam, who's getting a bowl in over number 7. Whereas this side, because there's no Marlow in the tournament, a lot of the Marlow players they have decided to play for Warash. It's made them a bit of a force. Remember, whoever wins this week, whoever wins this night series, they'll be taking home their first ever ECN trophy because previously all ECN trophies in Portugal have gone to Marlow except for one, which went to Gamblers SC.
Yeah, there's a bit to play for here, isn't there then? Put your stamp of authority in Portugal.
Whereas though they did qualify for ECL 23 on the back of winning the national championship in 22. That's always hotly contested, no pun intended. But yeah, the T20 competition here, the top division, that's where we find our ECL team, our champion team of Portugal.
Yes. Okay, so Alam here doing quite well. Haven't seen Alam play actually. I don't think I've seen him play for Irish yet. This might be his first game. Nice little medium pace here, very straight. Good line and length too. Gets the batsman working hard just for a single as well. No chance overthrows. Well,
Absa's a guy, ordinarily we see him playing for Gorka 11. So they're another side that aren't playing in this tournament. Quite a different part of the country. And there's various reasons. You'll see some teams playing in some competitions and not others. Obviously still very much an amateur sport here, so it depends on player availability and sometimes players having to make some choices about when they play. Obviously Portugal have the European qualifiers coming up, the World Cup, first round of World Cup qualifiers, which is actually the World Cup in 2026.
That's right. Swing and miss. It was there for that uppercut shot or that swipe, that elevated hit that we've seen a few times in this tournament, heading out towards that light tower that's fielding behind the line at deep backward point. Unfortunately for the batsman, he misses.
Yeah, it's that extra bounce again.
Oh, yeah.
I was playing a few extra tricks on the batter.
Alam again. Whoa, that one's just come out of the hand a little bit wrong.
Yes, it has. Portugal, by the way, we will see them in the Italian leg of the European qualifiers. So there's basically 3 groups of 10. So there's qualifier A, which is in Italy in June, which is this month. Then next month there's 10 teams playing in Germany, and then the following month in August there's qualifier C, which is in Guernsey.
Guernsey, yes.
I know you know that because that's where Czechia are playing, right? And they've been drawn. So every group of 10 has 2 kind of mini groups. Mm-hmm. So you're actually in the same group as Spain.
Yes.
Which means you'll be running into Mr. Rutgers. I always assume he'll get sacked by then, but looks like he'll be at the helm for a while yet with his recent successes.
And a big hello to Corey if he's listening, lurking there maybe. Another swing and a miss. Yeah, the Czechs are looking forward to that, and that is going to be the end of the over. So, 7 overs gone, 59 for 6 on the board. Super Giants, oof, it's hard work. It's hot work.
Also keep your eye on Cyprus right now because Cyprus are in your group as well. Of course, we've got European Cricket Series there at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to our national team managers doing a lot of work to make sure that gets going. And that happens because they're very excited about these qualifiers this year, as I'm sure every nation who's in those qualifiers will be getting excited about.
Definitely.
Lot to play for.
Quick hello also to Jules, who's popped in to the chat. Good to see you. Chris Smith is in there, and Christopher Ward. And if you have anything you want to ask us, feel free. It's Phil's last night before he heads back to his homeland, which I can't call your homeland now.
I think you call it my homeland now, yeah.
Praha.
Wow. Got all of that, and that has gone over the fence into the car park. Lovely shot. Good shot for the start of this over, the 8th over. And Sawa's been put over the fence. Yeah,
you mentioned Atta Samad had a pretty good backstory. Well, he's creating some new stories, isn't he now, including whacking one Over deep mid-wicket. Really good start to the over. Sawa had 2 for 2 before that, but then he goes the journey.
Oh, nicely played. Lucky's got all over that, though.
I'm going to tell you something. I was in the cricket-themed bar last week called Sixers in London, centre of London, and they had a beer there, which I'm like, this looks pretty Czech, but I hadn't heard of it.
Yeah,
there's a company that I'm going to try and attempt it in a minute.
Okay. Straight down the ground. It may fall between two fielders rushing in.
Is it Staropramen?
Staropramen.
Staropramen?
Staropramen.
Staropramen.
Yep.
Staropramen.
Yep.
And they had a beer there, and it was called Pravha. And so it's got to be like Praha, which is Czech for Prague.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I've spent a lot of time in Prague, and I've never seen this beer. And they said, even the wait staff didn't know. They said, oh, yeah. And they looked it up and said, it's because the English have a tough time knowing how to pronounce like Praha. So they put a V in the middle. They call it Prava.
That's really funny.
And it reminded me of Foster's beer, because you can't actually buy Foster's in Australia. It's all marketing.
Yes.
And this is basically the Czech version of that.
Yeah.
They've got Prava, which is like genuine Czech beer, but not a brand you can actually buy in the Czech Republic.
That's amazing. That's quite a story. Oh, this is going straight up there. This is going to be a story for Conrad. Takes this one. Easy as you like, but a lot of easy catches in this innings so far. But that is going to be the end of the 8th over, and of course, the end of the batter's time at the crease as well. 69 for 7 after 8. Things falling apart for the Super Giants here in this innings.
Yeah, sure. Another wicket off the last ball of an over. That's the 3rd time that's happened.
Yeah.
And so 69 for 7, 2 overs to go. And even if they do bat it out, what kind of shape will they be in? Whereas took 30 out of a maximum 32 points out of the group stage. That has to be some sort of a record, I think, as far as proportion goes.
Yeah.
Now, we do have bonus points, obviously, available in the Super Fives, because it still is kind of a round robin.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if Werish could grab 4 here, and you add the fact they've already got a head start on some of the other teams, could be in a good position for qualification.
That's a big shout. I'm probably not interested. Yeah, you're right. If they pick up 4 here, they're going to be very hard to catch, and the other 4 teams are going to have their work absolutely cut out for them to chase them. And then obviously getting to the finals, facing a very strong team. If Irish get there, of course, long way to go. This is only match 1 of 10 matches in this Super 5 section of the tournament. Got an interesting story for you regarding Star Praman as well.
Mm-hmm.
After this delivery, I'll let you know this one. Let the viewers know a little bit of a Phil G story. It's hit rather awkwardly. Chance for a run out, maybe. No, the batsman's definitely home there. Just a single.
Okay.
When I first moved to Prague in 2007, I rented a flat in a part of Prague called Strašnica. It's on the Green Line, not too far out of town.
Yeah.
My landlord was the official beer taster at Stara Praman.
Oh, and that's a real position?
Oh, yeah, it is a real position.
Official beer taster.
Official beer taster.
Wow.
So what he would do is he would work 3 days in a week, and then 4 days he'd have off. So 3 days at the brewery. To sleep, exactly, yeah. That's a shot to just along the ground there to the boundary rider. Yeah, so he would be at the factory, at the brewery, which is in Andiel, Smikov,
Yeah.
and he would stay there for 3 days, and all his job was to do was to taste the beer and make sure it was quality.
Is it beer tasting like wine tasting? You meant to spit it out?
I did ask him that, and he just laughed.
Just gave you a little wink.
He did. He just laughed
you just
at me.
worry about how to do your job, Phil. Whatever that is, I'll stick to mine.
Yeah, I couldn't explain corporate treasury to him. My check wasn't that good. Swing and a miss. Yeah, I was trying to explain what I actually did, and I just ended up just saying finance. Banking.
To be honest, I don't understand real jobs either. When people try to explain to me, I was asking someone across the table at Wimbledon the other night, and then, to be honest, I said, look, just say you work in an office. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, just cut to the chase.
Shuffle papers all day.
Yeah.
Wait for the clock to hit 5. Get out of there. Have a couple of beers or wines and go home.
Tell me in 2 words, what do you do? That's a good shot along the ground.
If I had to... Oh, geez, that's going to go for 4. Threads the needle.
That is a good shot along the ground.
Imran, well, you know he's pretty injury-prone, so maybe it was smart to just kind of let this one go, given the game situation. But that shows how fast this outfield is. Jan gets 4.
Yeah, and the outfield down here, we pointed out in the early part of this innings video that it's a little bit rough down here. And if you're going to put in a dive, oof.
If I describe what I do in 2 words, I can say one of the words on TV. The first word would be talk.
Yes.
The second word,
Yeah, it's not mentioned here.
blank. Anyway, last ball of the over. I've got to say hello to Jules. He said he finally got a proper night sleep after his night shift. Can't remember the last time he slept for 8 hours.
Wow. Oh, that's another climber.
End of the over then. It'll be 75-7 after 9. I got to say, I enjoyed my sleep last night as well. I did enjoy the hospitality here. Had a couple of drinks at the ground, but pulling pretty much an all-nighter the night before to get here and do the 4 games. It's just I had a really relaxed day. I got to say, I did feel for the Cyprus crew because a 6-game day is steep at the best of times, but 36 degrees...
Yeah.
It would have been pretty impressive today. Well done to all the crew out there in Cyprus.
Yeah, hats off to him. What time did they have to start?
My guess is they're leaving the hotel about 6:15, 6:30, which means they're probably getting up before 6 o'clock.
Oh.
The games today started at 8 o'clock,
8 o'clock
local time,
yes.
and they finish about, quarter to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
it's big. Here's Taj, ready to let some heads roll. Here's over number 10.
Extra pepper on that delivery, straight through. Batsman swings. He was not even halfway through his swing, and the ball was almost in the wicket-keeper's gloves. Proper pace there, 75 for 7. And only 5 balls to come to try to increase that score.
Here's what I think's the play, but whether he'll do it or not, I don't know. I'd be trying to ramp him. But here's the problem with if you get it wrong.
Yeah.
You could get hurt.
You could get properly
But
hurt,
I think
yes.
that's using the pace rather than fighting it, because I just don't see him running one down the ground. Greenshields almost pulls off. Might have been a miraculous run out on the dive, but it'll be a bye. That's another good thing. Get out the way. Get to the other end.
Yep.
Send it over to Shand. He's been there for a while.
Yeah, give it to someone else. Give them a chance.
Yeah, so I enjoyed my long sleep.
Yeah.
The all-you-can-eat breakfast. Normally I only have 5 minutes to eat breakfast.
Yeah.
I think I did 4 or 5 plates, finished with chocolate pancakes.
Oh,
Probably wasn't.
They're not bad, are they?
Probably lucky it was Sunday. Got away with it.
Yep. Just hit down the ground. Yeah, the breakfast buffet is not too bad. Obviously, I always look forward to them when they bring out the fresh grilled mushrooms. There's just a little.
They are very
there.
good. Yeah,
they're not bad. They don't do them every day either. Got to watch out for that. Not every day.
Enjoyed them this morning.
Yeah, and of course have to finish with those little custard pastry tarts. I can't remember what they're called, but they're beautiful. Absolutely amazing. Anyway,
Tad's got 2 for 5 off 9 balls bowled. All the 7 slot machine 77 for 7.
That's it. That's been ruined by that one. Oh, very good work there in the covers. Gets the hand down and stops it going any further.
You see that Girish has DJ on his shirt because he is a professional DJ.
He is
very,
a DJ.
very good. And also he's a gun fielder. Never forget he took an unbelievable catch in the ECS a couple of years ago. One-handed effort. Brought it back down from the clouds. All right, Taj Muhammad has 2 wickets, wants a third. Oh, jeez.
Whoa.
I mean, that's one way to show how fast you are, but it's not great as far as conceding runs. If Greenshields had a trampoline, I still don't think he's reaching it.
I still think he'd struggle. Yeah, even if he was on stilts and had that trampoline, that absolutely went to the moon.
I mean, is that the second of the over? Must have been the first of the over. Obviously, it's miles over the shoulder.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
That's incredible. I think maybe just showing what he can do. That's what Taj is doing.
5 extra they'll have to chase. Still 2 to come here.
That's Fuller. And that's just clipped for a single. Yeah, he's a tough customer, is Taj. But yeah, I think that one was just him just maybe flexing his bowling muscles and saying, look at that. Look at that. And maybe also reminding the fieldsman here that, guys, we got to bat on this later.
If you try and bowl a bouncer, it's going to be too high. If you bowl a normal ball, it'll probably be a bouncer. When you touch Muhammad, normal kind of length is still going to get up.
Yeah, I was going to say, you bowl on a good length, it's going to go around the ears.
Right, last ball coming up.
Puts a lot behind that. They want to run a by. Greenfield's throw goes over the stumps.
Oh, here we go.
Misses. Definitely an overthrow here.
Jeez, they're tired.
Shouts of hold it from the fielders.
That's proper chaos last ball.
Yes.
And Greenshields had to decide, is he going to throw back at the bowler? And if so, do it quickly. It just took a bit of time. Taj probably then should have held it, went for it. They'll get 2 for nothing at the end, and they'll end up with 86. Oh, Maxwell smart, 86 for 7 off the 10 overs. The target will be 87.
Well, that's I'm sure it's less than they wanted, but maybe you could also say it's probably more than we thought they might get a couple of overs ago. They were looking at all sorts, and I think even said at one point around over number 5 when they were 5 down, I said, you know what? If they lose some quick ones here, they're going to struggle to bat out this innings. But they've done so. Scores on the board here in match number 1. If you have a look at the batting card there, really, Jiwan Giri and Partap, they're the only 2 guys who came in, and as you described them, as cameos. But as far as this game's concerned, as far as that innings concerned, cameos may not be enough to hold back Irish from really just steamrolling over that score, but they've still got to do it. And just a few little singles and a couple of boundaries there at the end to Atta Asamad. Nikhil Chand was around for a while as well to try to help push that score, and obviously a few overthrows which got him a few extras as well. Have a look at the bowling card there.
Lots of good performance there, really. You got 4 of the 6 bowlers going at 6s or less pretty much, and didn't even bring back Asad Mahmood. They could have. 3 wickets to Sawa, though, the spin to win. 3 for 12 for him. Taj with 2 for 12. And identical figures for Asad and Junaid at 1 for 13. Upside as well. Didn't take a wicket, but didn't go for too many. None for 10 of his 2 overs. We'll take a break. We'll be back pretty shortly. Live from Portugal. This is Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo with Phil G in his swan song. It is the Swans ahead in this one. 87 for victory. We'll see you after the break for more ECSN Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon and welcome back everyone to the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Covo here in central Portugal for this European Cricket Series at night. Super 5, Match 1, and our Irish are going head-to-head here with the team from Lisbon Super Giants. And in the previous innings, if you missed that one, Super Giants, well, they got on 86 for 7 from their 10 overs, and they struggled. It was a real struggle. Some good pace bowling, good catching in the outfield as well. Our Irish were on song in these very warm conditions. And there's a bonus point equation. So for our Irish, check this out. 7 overs, or they've got to be restricted to 60 or less. So that's the bonus point equation right there. 86, they achieve the target in 7 overs or less. And the bowlers, they have to restrict them to 60 or less. So if Super Giants can come out and blitz this very strong batting team for less than 60, they get a bonus point. So they're up for grabs. Tomorrow in Cyprus continues there. Luckily for them, they're back down to 5 games. Regular stuff. They had Super Sunday today with 6 games. A massive day there. I hope you've enjoyed watching that one. We start tomorrow with Match 12, the Napa Kings against BF Cyprus. BF Cyprus and the Royals then going head-to-head. The Royals and then against the Kings. The Napa Kings take on Phillips Warrior. Phillips Warrior against Royal CC to finish the day. Match 16. Wonderful stuff going on down there. Get some of that. And the players are loving that down there too, and so is Rico and Nish. 52 matches since the Golden Ball. I'm still holding out. I'll get a Golden Ball before I leave today. We'll see. So look at that. Tomorrow night, Monday night cricket here on ECN for the ECSN Portugal series. Lisbon Capitals against Lisbon Super Giants. The 2 Lisbon teams are going head-to-head there. And then match 4 is the Capitals against Fighters Cricket Club. Fighters CC up here again. We're going to see them later on in the next match tonight as well. So plenty of cricket. This tournament's heating up very nicely. We're into the Super 5. It's really good stuff. I'm loving this. I'm really glad I chose to stick around for today just to see what happens in the Super 5 competition, and I'm loving it. It's nice and warm here. And it's good and warm here in the commentary position here because I've got Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu next to me. Vinny, it's a lot of work here for the Super Giants to try to restrict our Irish. Could be tough.
Yeah, look, I think will be tough. This is where, obviously, you want to win the game if you can at least take a point out of it, something. All right, here we go with the chase. We're going to start by Geary. He came out the blocks hard with the bat, didn't he? And this one certainly swings into left-hander. A little bit of bat on it, according to the umpire. So that will be Sawa off the mark. Sawa and Imran Khan, the openers for Werash.
That's an imposing opening partnership there too, by the way. Those two have had a wonderful tournament, scoring a lot of runs. And interesting to see G1 Geary open the bowling here. Typically, it's Jaswant Singh who opens the bowling. And maybe they're going to save him just for a nice surprise packet at some point. But, Geary, who had a lovely cameo, couldn't go on with it, unfortunately. Really got up to a flyer in the first over and a half before he lost his wicket to a skyer. But now he's been given the duty to get amongst them here in this first over. It's not a bad ball. Not a bad ball at all. Just played delicately back down the pitch. Geary steaming in. They're going to be so super hot to get this first wicket and get amongst the top order here of Irish, who are very, very strong. And I've said it a few times, but really, Sawa and Khan have had a fantastic tournament so far. And obviously Greenshields, who probably would come in next when a wicket falls. He's had a great tournament too. A lot of batting strength in that lineup.
Yeah. Sport for riches, aren't they?
Ooh, now, does that come off the body or just off the glove? It sounded dull and thuddy, didn't it?
Off the glove.
Off the glove.
No signal from Kroot.
No.
So that's extra bounce. You can see that both these batters are a little bit conscious of it. Don't want to throw the wicket away. I actually think they should really be going for this in 7 overs. I mean, 7 overs, they need about 12 and a half an over to do it. That's about an average run rate, I'd think, for Irish, maybe even a bit under. But you can see Geary's causing a few problems for them early.
You get the feeling, though, don't you, that one of these two will cut loose in the next couple of deliveries. Can't be held down. And that's a wide down leg side. Yeah, I do get the feeling, watching Sawa batting there, he's an imposing left-hander batsman there. He's, like I said before, he's made a lot of runs. And he's just this guy, he's just this batter who gets going. When he gets going, I mean, batten down the hatches and just duck for cover because he is an absolute master blaster when he gets going. He's had a great tournament, and he's done exactly that. Imran Khan, well, could say the same thing about him, really. He started a little bit slow, but his last few innings have been really great to watch.
Left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease for the Swans. And that's going to cause some control issues from time to time. You see it already. There's that one filed miles down the leg side.
Funny old throw back at the stumps by the keeper, and Sawa had to duck under that one as it went about head height and attempt to shy at the stump. Yeah, and it's funny actually just seeing that, because I know these two have had just a few, when they start batting together, so sometimes have some funny calls to each other for their singles, and I've seen them get into a few little mix-ups early on, and then they settle down and they click. Oh, once again, he's playing with that that wide down leg side. It's a hat trick of wide down leg side now. It's not the hat trick they want. Going to need to get something better here. Maybe he needs to think about maybe him coming round the wicket.
Yeah.
And I think he's actually just decided
to
do that.
Try that. I mean, it's partly length, partly line. There's two problems he needs to fix, actually. But let's see if Gary can get it right, Bong, with some good fire here.
He even slows it down a little bit as well. Goes out to point. Fires return. Oof. Straight over. Wow. That was a bit of a head-high throw to the keeper. How do you do?
Yeah, that was leg before boundary rope, wasn't it, for the fielder on the backup? But
Totally.
Did well to at least stop it.
Yeah. Ouch. Okay, 6 without loss. A couple more to come. And Gary's going to switch back to over the wicket to the right-hander. Field also switches over as well. Supergiants searching for a breakthrough very early on here, and they're going to need something early on. They're going to need a lot early on. I'm talking like three wickets in the power play just to get the proper pressure on Irish. A lot of work to do. That's nice. That's not bad. Doesn't yield wicket though.
Yeah, it's been a reasonable start. Okay, some of the control issues, but
Yep.
Yeah, we keep saying, "Oh, do it in 7, do it in 7." You've got to do it.
You still got to do it. Yeah,
full stop. And if Lisbon Supergiants can get some of these early wickets, turn this into something more. They've restricted well so far. Maybe this 86 can stand up. Nice ball, the first over coming from Geary.
Oh, just defensively prodded down. Bit unsure about the bounce there was Khan. Just was dead straight and just played it down his feet. And that's the end of the over. What a good over, actually, for Supergiants. That's 6 off the over. No wickets fallen and 1 over done in the can. Geary's thinking, he just punches his fist into his hand there and thinks what could have been in that over, what maybe he could have done. Maybe he's a bit regretting some of those wides. But still a good start. Good start and a cautious start from Irish.
Yeah, decent in the end. So 81 off 54. 1.5 runs a ball. Just feel like, knowing Irish, they'll be hoping, there's just one over they can get away, something magical, puts them in the box seat, and bide their time. Plenty of batting to come. Actually, tonight they've listed Taj Muhammad at 3, Girish at 4.
Yeah.
But they've already kind of gone away from that because they had Greenshields listed as opening. So that's the thing.
Okay.
Zawa was listed at 10. I mean, they could pick their batting lineup out of a hat. They've just got a lot of options.
They really could. So Samad is going to start the second. And that wide delivery gets the batsman leisurely reaching for it, and they'll run it by. And no one's backing up at the stumps. Bowler had his back to the keeper trying to throw the stumps. Just some of the simple things getting away from the Lisbon Supergiants here. That's a bit of a shame. Wicketkeeper through the non-striker's end. Bowler was walking back to his mark, completely oblivious that a ball was coming in. Probably need to be heard about that a bit earlier. Need a bit of a shout out to the bowler. Turn around, it's coming to you.
Yeah. Like you said, it was a nice story between Atta Samad reconnecting with one of his neighbours here in Portuguese cricket. Let's see if he can remove Sawa.
Oh, they're asking the question. People are convinced.
I'll tell you what, that was like a Mexican wave appeal because there's one person thought it was out, and I think it was the point.
Yep.
And then he started asking, and it caught fire, then the keeper was up, then the bowler was up. They were asking the square umpire, who's actually at point, saying, "Hey, well, you're near me, did you hear it?" I think it's a bit too much doubt there.
Yeah, I think so too. It was a good description, actually, Vinny, the Mexican wave of appeals. Yep, just one after the other, and not to be. Well, Samadi, look, he gets the batsman chasing, gets Sawa chasing outside off. That's what we want him to do. And if he's missing, that's even better. So, a good start to the over, asking a few questions. That's a lovely shot. Played with soft hands, bit of finesse, and that's run out for 4. Good shot, very good shot. Sawa with a boundary, first boundary for Irish off the bat.
Great shot, just leans on it.
Didn't he?
And Sawa, that's kind of what he's known for as well. He's got certain gears. Often you see him in the middle order for Marlowe. He can do a bit of a recovery job, but he's just trying to set the pace tonight.
Oh, it's quite a full one there from Samad. Hands on the head. Wondering what could have been if that had been a bit straighter and a bit more on the stumps. And Sawa, he looks like he hasn't come out to sort of go gangbusters straight away. Imran Khan's going to have a little chat with him maybe change the game plan up a little bit. But it's a cautious start by Irish. They're not coming out and getting stuck into it, but the bowling's been pretty feisty as well. And there's a lot of chat in the field. Super Giants, they need to motivate each other and make sure they're on here. If ball comes to them, you better be ready. Whereas my coach used to say to me, want that ball to come to you. Every single delivery. Get that in your head.
And that's one of the tough skills about cricket is the concentration factor. Wicket keeping, obviously, a lot of time is coming to you. So, you still there's a different kind of concentration required. But, in the field, you need to want it to come or expect it to come. That's probably the way I'd put it. But, wanting it just kind of shows you're being proactive. But they're still searching for an early breakthrough. They've held well, though, LSG.
Yeah. Oh, that's nicely lofted. That's right between the gap, 4 runs. As soon as it came off the bat, 4 runs. As long as he picked the gap, otherwise it was catchable height, but it went very quickly. And it's a lovely cover drive there from Sawa. He's got a couple in this over, a couple of boundaries. He's gone to 10. And Khan has faced 4 deliveries just for a single. And 18 without loss. A couple more to come in the second. So as I say, cautious start, but now Sawa may be feeling it's okay to get on with it. It's not a big score they're chasing. Not a big score. It's 87 for the win. Oh, he's straight leg side. Just gets away from the keeper, and they will scamper through for a bye on that one.
Yeah, again, left hand, right hand, doing the trick.
Doesn't it? Every time you see this, it's such a thing in cricket, isn't it? The left to right hand combination, just to throw the fielding side off a bit, throw the bowler off a little bit, readjustment can take a bit longer. Actually, we saw a couple of nights ago I think the Coimbra Knights or Miranda Dragons maybe that long ago. With the left and right hand combination, the field was just not sure where to go, and I think at one point we ended up having two situations where 2 fielders fielding in front of each other. Quite amazing. Happens.
Angles.
Ooh, look at that. Imran Khan goes down. He's worn that one right on the foot. Maybe have another look at that and see where he's worn that one, but he's taken that one full.
He's shaking it off like Taylor Swift. But they'll have a little bit of a chat about it, and got to say, it's been some good bowling here in the first couple of overs, but pretty inconsistent kind of start. A couple out of the middle, but not much more.
Well, that's no doubt about that. That is a proper big hit for 6. Lovely Maximo there. Imran Khan breaks the shackles on the last ball of the over. 26 for none at 2 overs gone. And Samad gets taken to the boundary line for the 3rd time in this over and over it.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. And right on cue. That one was out of the screws. Takes us to the end of the over. 26 without loss. This is how Group A finished up. You can see that Lisbon Super Giants finished 2nd in the group, whereas finished top of Group B. So Lisbon Super Giants carried 2 points through to the Super 5s. For the Werris side, they carry 4 points through.
That's right. That lovely little advantage you get from finishing in the top 2 extra points. And obviously we had the Lisbon Capitals who just missed out on getting 2nd, and I think we talked about this yesterday, that they missed out by, I think it was 1 run or 2 runs, I'm not sure what it was. I think they had to restrict, in their last match, their opponents to 63, and they got either 64 or 65, but that was the difference in that net run rate. You saw it there, it was .008. Very tight.
Ooh. Yeah, 0.008, 8 thousandths. I think it was about 2 runs, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was ridiculously close, very, very close. But that's okay for the Lisbon Capitals because they're still part of the Super 5. They'll be very happy about that when they get their chance to come up here and show us what they can do. And they'll be chafing at the bit to get into that. I think we'll see them in action tomorrow night against the Lisbon Super Giants too. So tune into that one and good luck to both teams for that game. That'll be match 3 tomorrow night. 27 for no loss. Just starting the 3rd now. And Geary is warming up again. It's going to finish, hopefully it's going to finish strong for his team. Finish nice and tight as well. He's gone for 7 from 7 deliveries. rein in a couple of those wides, and he could have a very good over here. Oh, that's full. It's not signalled by the umpire at square leg. I had my eye on him, but I must have been dipping. They're going to. Oh, there's a bit of confusion here over a second run as it goes out there to on a 45 behind the square leg umpire. Square leg umpire, yeah, I had a look at this. Have a look. Oh, no, so that's for the throw. I thought we were going to get a replay on the delivery. It looked like it was going about just above waist height and must have dipped right at the last minute. And square leg umpire was unmoved.
Yeah, Geary kind of throwing the big guns at Wirish, aren't they, by bowling him now, bowling him out.
Absolutely, yeah. And it was interesting just that last moment there when the two batsmen considered a second run. It's like I sort of alluded to before, that sometimes these two have had a little bit of a bit of rush of blood and going for their runs between the wickets, and they just need a few overs just to settle into their routine and their rhythm. But other than that, they bat very well together. Two big hitters. That's a nice delivery. Sawa showing a bit of respect there. Just plays with soft hands. 28 for no loss. And we're halfway through the third, heading towards the end of the power play. Sawa 11. Khan is on 8 at the non-strikers end. And Irish there. I need 59 from 45 deliveries. The run rate is below 8 and over. And they do appear to be doing it quite nicely despite this very good, strong and fast bowling in these first few overs from the Super Giants. Although maybe slightly wayward, it's another wide. Could end up adding up quite a fair bit here, these wides.
Yeah, they are now kind of stacking up, aren't they? That's why this run rate's as healthy as it is. I mean, that many off the stick.
Oh, that's a great shot. That's a wonderful shot. Just a bit too straight there, and Sawa has turned that off a really good length and just put that as a rocket into the square boundary. Bang, no protection there. And they've managed to fish it out from underneath the stand. Good shot for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. And that one did come off pretty nicely. Kind of very still conditions here at the moment. Heat hanging in the air. This is a night series. We only really see the lights taking effect in the very last part of the night.
Yeah, that's right. Sort of around about, not even the start of that second innings of the second match, sort of about 10, 15 minutes in. Oh, bends the back on that one. I think Sawa might have just worn that on the body. He looks like a tough customer, though. And that is dot ball. Yeah, the lights are interesting. I mean, it looks gorgeous under here, in here under lights when the lights come on. But the full effect is pretty much, sort of 3-4 overs into that second innings of the second match here. And when it does look quite amazing. Looks really lovely. But at the moment, yeah, the players are out there in the centre. It's about 32 degrees right now. Wow, that is hot. You want to talk about heat? How about that? Cracking shot over the stand for a big Maximo. Sawa freeing his shoulders there and saying good night. That is G-O-R-N-E gone. Big hit.
Yeah, that's absolutely smashed, and that is G-O-R-N-E. All caps. That's out of the stadium. Good luck to the ball retrievers finding that. Into the power play, and it comes with a bang. 39 without loss after 3. Looks like it'll be Jaswant Singh to bowl over number 4. I wonder if one of the more famous moustaches we've seen this year on ECN.
It's a great tash, that one. I think it's probably the only thing I've actually said to him when I walked past him a couple of weeks ago, and I said, that's a great tash. He just beamed this big grin, and the tash just went up a little bit above the edges of the cheeks, and I thought, oh, he knows. He knows. Of course he does. He used to look at that every morning in the mirror and says, yeah, you're looking good. But he's a great bowler too, and I've used to seeing him coming on in the bowling the first over and the third over. So Super Giants changing up their attack here, and they're holding him back until now. But this is the right time to bring him on because he's a wicket taker, and he can definitely change the complexion of this innings if he can get through a couple of these top order batsmen from Irish. Let's see how he goes. Just setting his field. I believe he suffered himself a bit of an injury in his leg, which is he used to be a bit of a pace bowler, I understand.
No, he's a very good pace bowler.
Yeah.
But, I suppose just the body not agreeing with him at the moment.
That's it. But he's still doing the job with the ball with this very short little run up here and gives it a good flight, round arm action, good rip. And I've undone him there because he started with a wide. but I think the people in the chat and all the viewers around the world watching us here, they would have seen him do some absolute magic. That's hit uppishly. It's into the gap, though. Fielder knocks it down to the ground, and just a single. So, yeah, I may have jinxed him there when he bowled that wide, but, yeah, people who've seen him play, they will know that he's coming. He's picked up 2 and 3 wickets in his first couple of overs for literally no runs. He's been a really hard person to get away.
A lot of left-armers, though, they do transition to spin. Left-arm spinners are worth the weight in gold, aren't they, no matter what the format of the game. That control of a finger spinner, but the ability to spin it away from a right-hander. But right now it's a left-hander on strike in Sawa.
Oh, just too good. 2 fieldsmen just look at each other as it goes. Fair enough, it went straight between them. But the 2 fieldsmen, I think that they were watching the trajectory of the ball, didn't move a muscle, and it went into, bounced and over for a good boundary for, but lovely swipe shot there. I was more captured by the lack of animation by 2 fielders there.
Yeah, just land inside, but it's perfectly into the gap. That's looking straight in the sun as well.
Yeah, that's right.
More work for them this time. Has given me another gap. He's threading the needle. They just moved that field a little bit towards where the last one went. So Sawa toying with the outfielders as he helps himself to 4 more.
Well, he's definitely getting going now. And, yeah, absolutely toying. That's a good way of putting it. That was tantalising close. But this time, the fielders tried to cut it off, and the ball beat them by, well, I wouldn't say bee's appendage, probably about a dog's appendage. It was quite close, but nonetheless, the score's on the board for 29 to Sawa, 49 for no loss. Shout for LB. Pleading for LB. And they're going to just run through. I think it's going to be just to clean off the pad. Yep, and that'll be the 50 up for Awarish, chasing 87. They only need 37 more from 38 deliveries. It's all going in their favour right now. Still haven't lost a wicket, and these 2 are looking quite comfortable now. And Sawa, well, he's starting to find the boundary pretty easily. Found it twice in this over with shots to the leg side. And Imran Khan's going to get his chance against Sawant. Questions asked again, and this time the finger is raised by the standing umpire and says, you are indeed correct. He is caught leg before wicket, and that's the end of Imran Khan. So they've broken through.
Finally they have. Yeah, we've had to wait a while, but just, the wily veteran here, JP, gets it to come in, just goes on with the arm, catches him on the crease. I mean, the height's always a factor here, but it looked pretty good, didn't it? So the 50 partnership comes up, but immediately they will lose Imran. 50 for 1 in the 4th.
Yeah, it's a good point that about the bounce, because we've seen some incredible bounce here, both good and bad, and oh my gosh, level as well. It's just quite amazing. But umpire was satisfied. He was definitely on the going backwards in his crease, hit him high up in the pad, but yeah, probably would have rattled the top of middle, probably.
It's tough because you do kind of want to get back a lot here more than forward, because it gives you more of a chance to see the bounce, but it does mean it does hit in the pads, less distance between the impacts and the stumps. As Conrad Greenshields, captain, comes to the crease in the number 3 position.
Now, I'll tell you, if there's anyone in the Awarish team who knows anything about the state of this pitch and how dangerous it is to play backward, I guarantee it'd be Conrad. He got an absolute shooter his first innings in this tournament, and he was bowled neck and crop, but the expression on his face was worth a meme. It was absolutely fantastic. So if you get a chance to have a look at that first innings from Awarish, Conrad's second delivery he faced, absolute pearl. I couldn't believe his bad luck. One of the slowest walk-offs I've ever seen. That's 4 overs done, 50 for 1. And Jaswant Singh is successful in his first over. And I got no doubt he'll be back for a second over as soon as this next over is finished, for sure. So the run rate, well, the graph's telling a bit of a story there. And the story tells me that Awarish are doing better than they need to be doing. And they've pretty much got this in hand at the moment. I'm going to make a little bit of a call early on this one. And I think Super Giants have got so much to do. And they're not going to rein them in, that's for sure. I just can't see that happening. There's way too many deliveries left. There's still 6 overs left in this innings. That's a lot to do. And Sawa on 29, who in the last over has really started to cut loose. And he's looking properly dangerous.
All right, so here is Chowdhury, and we know that he was brilliant, wasn't he, earlier in the tournament? That's the equation for the bonus point, 12.33 and over. So they got 3 overs to get 37. Let's see if Rutul can try and stop the bleeding.
And pretty easy run there in the end. Yeah, Russell, he picked up a fifer in one of the matches in the group stages, and he also picked up a hat-trick as well. First three deliveries of his first over, wicket, 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 and then the last two deliveries of his second over was a back-to-back wickets as well, getting himself a fifer. Not something you see very often here. In fact, I think it was the only fifer for this tournament.
It is.
Yep.
And the only hat-trick.
And the only hat-trick as well, yeah. So
It was the only fiver until yesterday, by the way. Of course.
Neil Charles.
Yeah. But even apart from that, you're absolutely right.
Yep. It's interesting there. Ruttles decided coming around the wicket to Greenshields. He feels that that's a better line of attack to the skipper, hard-hitting captain of Irish. Sawa back on strike though. 30 at the moment from 15, striking the ball beautifully now. Found his rhythm. And Riffle unfortunately flirting too much leg side, and that is yet another wide. They're starting to add up a little bit now for the team from Lisbon, the Super Giants, and only 33 now. Has already ticked over, yep. 34 from 16 for that bonus point. That bonus point's definitely on. And as we said at the start, if Irish can pick up 4 points here, they're going to be very hard to catch. And that is also going to be very hard to catch. That goes all the way along the ground. 4 runs gone square. Well picked up. Don't think it went exactly where he wanted to go. I think he wanted to go a little bit more towards deep mid-wicket. But either way, that shot out of the gate like a bullet. 57 for 1. Halfway through the 5th.
Yes, just kind of didn't want to give up his wicket early. Probably felt if he was patient and the more balls he saw, better he was going to get. It's kind of worked out that way, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, he winds up for that one, and that kept a bit low. That was one of those not quite a shooter, but it definitely kept low.
Trying to work out what the magic mix is. I think it might be kind of like 4 risers to 1 shooter.
Yeah, there's got to be a mathematical equation here, right?
get the shooter.
Yeah.
But just not as often. You see plenty more balls that are surprising batters with bounce.
That hits him on the pad. Lone shout for LB, goes away for just a leg by. Yeah, there's got to be some sort of mathematical equation here where we can try and work out the statistics of what the ball's going to do. Because if you get a batsman out there who's a good statistic an analyst, maybe he can work out what's going to happen with try to help him sort of duck that really ridiculous short ball and get down for the shooter. Because that is absolutely playing havoc with the batsmen in this tournament. But it's all right, though, because it makes the odds very even for all players, all batsmen. He bends the back there. Gets up a little bit, but I've seen him get up a lot more on a good length. Russell's over comes to an end. He's 7 off it. No wicket for him, unfortunately for him, and unfortunately for the Super Giants. 58 for 1 after 5. We're halfway through this innings.
Yeah, well, theoretically, yes. Although the way this is going, it could be over before the 10 now. Irish, they need 29 off the next 2 if they're going to take all the points. And like I said, there's a lot on offer because if you can finish top of the standings, you go straight through to the final. If you finish second or third, you do make final night, but you've got to play a qualifier first.
Right.
So, yeah, every point could be crucial in that. This is a real opportunity to take the 4, and they might as well have a pop at it. They're not really in a position at the moment where you imagine they would lose the game. It's under run a ball for an actual game.
Yeah, the game is looking in hand. But yeah, the bonus point I agree, it's going to be critical. Whoa, that definitely didn't go where he thought it was going to go. I think that's come off the glove. Yes, it has. Well, chance for the keeper was definitely going the wrong way, and that has run all the way for 4 behind him. Bit of luck there.
Yeah, pocket of sweat there, for sure. Kind of goes to the vortex. A little bit out of the vortex, but still runs away very quickly. Let's see if Amandeep Singh can sort this out. Sawa's been dominant so far.
He's been very, very good. Very solid indeed. Wow. That is big. Properly big. Camera loses sight of it as well, and that is a big Maximo over deep mid-wicket. A little bit far square, but has gone bang all the way back. Well, the ball's come back pretty quick, so maybe it didn't go as far as I thought, unless our ball boy. And the ball people here, the ball boys retrieving the balls, have done a fantastic job. That just is a testament to how quick they can get it back.
Good comeback from the bowler there. Kind of went slightly off speed, went full. But also Sawa, he's not determined to hit everything for 6. He's been quite selective. Just happy to take the one there. Let's see if Conrad can get going.
Absolutely. Sawa is on 45 from 21. Conrad's only been there for 3 deliveries. He's just on the single run. And he'll be looking to, well, maybe looking to finish this off as well and have a good day out for Owarish. If they can get the bonus point, still 18 off 9. Gives a charge, and he's hit it right to the breadbasket of the man in the covers. That's Jaswant Singh, and he holds onto it. And Conrad doesn't bother the scorers anymore, walks off and has a think about what could have been and looks at the toe of his bat.
Yeah, disappointment, really. Kind of drives on the up. It tries to turn it into a drivable length ball, really. And that's your lot sometimes. So Conrad, I'm sure, will have some all good nights in the competition. But this one doesn't get off to a great start with the bat. Still, his team are in good position, 69 for 2. But what it does do, it does kind of increase the chances that Lisbon Super Giants can at least take a point out of this game.
That'll be big news for them. If they can scrape a point here, they will be very happy about that. I think that they can all feel that score of 86 that they got in their previous innings maybe was always going to be a tough one to defend here against a very hard-hitting Owarish. But if they can sneak a point, oh yes, I think that will be really good for them. Properly good. So Gurjeet Singh is the new batsman, joining Sawa. And Amardeep Singh, who's the wicket taker. Oh, and that's gone straight through the man at point, and it's gone for 4. Well, he got down to it, but there was no long barrier, and he was a bit slow getting down. I think he's trying to suggest that the ground was playing for
that kills you, though, doesn't it? I mean, he doesn't get in a great position.
Nah.
And down, that was the key, wasn't it? Had to get down, wasn't able to, leaks the fort. That's the last thing they needed if they wanted that point. 14 off 7 now.
Yeah, that really was taking a bit of pressure off that new batsman straight away, wasn't it? That's a bit disappointing. Yeah, 14 off 6 now for that bonus point. So still a bit of work to do for both teams, really. And Owarish going to need a bit of an over here. But if Sawa's going to be facing, which he will be, you never know. That's just a reminder of the standing for Super 5. Well, there we go. You can see everyone in the Super 5 standings right there. Owarish, Punjab, CC Amadora, the two teams that topped the groups. Owarish Group B and Punjab, CC Amadora Group A. Super Giants and Fighters and Lisbon Capitals.
See the points there. So Owarish and Punjab, they topped their groups. Lisbon Super Giants and Fighters were second in their groups, and the Capitals, they were the lucky 3rd place.
Do we call them the wild card?
They are the wild card.
They're the wild card. There you go.
Well, they're going to have to do something wild to qualify because they have to make up some ground. They need to get to at least 3rd.
Yeah. Oh, sharp chance. Oof. Very sharp, low down. Fielder makes every effort to take that one. Didn't want to play back and just cover off the boundary. He actually went for it, and he came perilously close to holding on to that. That is a really good effort out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Game within a game now, isn't it? They got 13 to get off 5, and so obviously they've gone for Gurjeet. Let's see if he can, minimum get 1. Ideally, he wants a boundary here.
Gives the charge.
Oh, how's that not a wide? I mean, maybe we can see this from side on. If he charges, and I thought it went miles over his head because you've got to judge it at the crease. I don't know if we get a side on shot of this or not, but yeah, I'm just wondering how that's not a wide. I think he gets very, very lucky to get away with that. That could be huge in the context of this game.
Really could. Bit of a surprise there. Umpire only motioned as that was the bouncer for the over. That was it.
Oh, well, let's sneak a bye off the keeper's pad. So gets tough now. I think you want Sawa essentially to face all 3 of these balls. They need 12 off 3.
Yep.
So, yeah, even if I wouldn't take a 1 here because you just need 2 6s. So you're going to get a bit strategic.
Yeah, agreed. And Sawa's the man you want on. He's 46 from 22. He's hitting the ball well. If you can pick out a 6 here, like that, and that is over the stand and that is out of the ballpark, what a massive Maximo that is. Well, he knows the bonus point's up for grab. That is the shot that says, I know what I got to do.
Yeah, now, I'm just trying to think. If you got one to the outfield, I would probably try and take a 2, because then you can potentially get a 4 off the last ball. But I think you want Sawa facing.
Yeah.
That's pretty clear. Or you could just back yourself to a 6 last ball. But I think I want to do it now. 6 off 2 for Werash to take all the points. Remember, they did take all the points in 6 of their 8 group matches.
That is going to be the bonus point secured with a big hit there by Sawa. That's a massive 6 again to the same place as the one before. And that is all she wrote. Bang, done. Yeah. So by 8 wickets, a dominating victory there by Irish over the Lisbon Supergiants.
Yeah, they'll take all the points. It's almost like they timed it to perfection, didn't they? Sawa kind of bided his time early with Imran, just kind of seeing off some spicy bowling from Giri. They got a little bit of everything in there, but yeah, they win it with 19 balls to spare. So it is 4 points to Warash, puts them up to 8 points already after only 1 game played.
It's incredible, isn't it? And Sawa, we should also mention, he brought up his 50 with that first 6.
Yeah, well, we had our eyes on the equation, didn't we? But yeah, congratulations to Azim. Thoroughly deserves his half century, and he ends up with 58 off 24 balls. For Lisbon Supergiants, I mean, obviously they probably didn't have enough runs on the board in the first place. Sawa dominates 58 off 24. No other batter reaches double figures. And they end up doing it in the 7th over. Too many extras there. Extra second top scorer, 12 extras in less than 7 overs. So obviously that made the task a little bit easier for Warash. I wouldn't say batted completely out of their boots. They just did enough to get the maximum out of the game. Bowling-wise, a few bright spots there, but probably just not consistent enough to hold the strong Swans batting lineup.
I like Jiwan Giri at the top there. I like him coming on that first over. That gave us gave the batters a little bit of a shake and gave us a little bit of a moment to pause as well. But unfortunately, there just wasn't enough of that for the rest of the bowling. And once the 2 batsmen got settled, the opening batsman Imran Khan and Azim Sawa, they settled into a routine. Imran Khan got dismissed pretty early, got 9 from 9, but the Sawa show continued all the way to securing that bonus point and getting the win inside of 7 overs. Good batting, good hitting.
Yeah. So we'll take a break. Phil, let's enjoy this last game after your huge adventure. You know how many games you've done? You would have done 42 matches on the spin.
42, wow.
Essentially.
That's a lot, isn't it?
That's a lot. But anyway, Phil G will be back. I'll be back, Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your night. Well, it'll be time to turn the lights on and bring this show home. Huge day on ECN. The 8th and final match of your Super Sunday is the other side of this break. We'll see Warash joining in against the Fighters when we return for more ECSN Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And it's a very warm welcome back to everybody watching out there in YouTube on the ECN channel there. Welcome back. It is lovely to have you with us here at the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. The lights are already spin switched on in preparation for this match 2, which is moments away from starting. It's Awaresh for their second match this evening, and they're going to go head-to-head against the Fighters, who booked their place in the Super 5 with a couple of good wins yesterday over the Porto Wanderers. Bad news for the Porto Wanderers to miss out, but obviously very good news for the Fighters to not miss out. So why don't we have a look at the all-important coin toss?
Your call. Head is the call. And tail it is. We'll have a bat. Or one of those, they will have a bat first.
And there you have it. Irish skipper Connor Greenshields calls correctly, gets the toss win, and he's going to have a bat first. Let's have a look at the lineup there. It looks to me like that Irish team looks fairly unchanged. I'm looking for any new names in there. No, looks pretty solid to me. Look at that, Conrad. And then Azim Sawa, who came off a really good half century in that previous game, pretty much did it almost his own way for the whole innings there. And Imran Khan, obviously, he's going to be in good form as well. Gurjit Singh looking to get us the runs. Taj Muhammad bowling with a lot of fire there. It's a strong lineup from Irish. Have a look at the Fighters, though. They're not too much of a slouch here. The Mandeep Singh is going to be leading them out today. Big people to watch there is Parminder Singh with the bowling and his batting. And Hardeep Singh is back in the side too. That's going to add a lot of firepower to their batting lineup, and they're going to need it today. But for now, they're going to be in the field, and they're going to be looking for quick wickets from their bowlers. So a lot of work to do for them. And under lights here at the lovely Estadio Municipal at Miranda do Corvo. And Supercomputer says they like the Irish. Look at that, 80%. Versus the Fighters, only 20% chance to win, but this is match 2 of the Super 5. It's T10, and that pendulum can swing. You never know what can happen, and that's why we love it. And so, Super 5 underway in the previous match. And we'll look at Cyprus first, so I'll do a recap. So, day 3 of 14. There were 6 matches there today at Cyprus, so it was a long old day for the crew there, and they've done really well. Really good job down there, guys. So, Napa Kings take on BF Cyprus. First game tomorrow, match 12. Then BF Cyprus against Royal CC. Royal CC then face the Napa Kings in the middle match of the day. Napa Kings versus Phillips Warrior, and Phillips Warrior to finish the day against Royal CC. 5 big games coming your way in Group A action. And what's coming up here on the European Cricket Network? Well, you're currently here in Portugal during the pointy end of the business, the Super 5. Then, of course, Cyprus has been going nicely. There's still ECI Women's and T20I Women's and T20I still to come. Check out, well, we're going to go to my hometown of Prague mid this month. It is already June. Wow, that year goes quick. T20I Women's, the Central European Cup, one of our showcase trophy moments there. That's a wonderful tournament. ECS starting on the 17th of June and then taking us through to ECI at the end of the month. Then we hit Romania and Hungary for July cricket action, Bulgaria at the end of July into August, and then there's that 3-day tournament in Croatia where it's going to be ECS Women, one with T20I action. Massive couple of months there of cricket action coming your way, and a good combination of many different types of formats as well. Something to get your teeth into if you're a cricket fan, and of course you're a cricket fan because you're here right now with us, myself, Phil G, and of course I'm joined by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. Vinny, it's a big couple of months coming up, and this game is also really important as part of that couple of months. A lot of cricket going on.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Fighters, as they finished second in their group, and they had a bit of a fight on their hands, didn't they, for qualification? Yes, they had to see off the Porto Wanderers that they did in 2 really tight games.
Weren't they?
And that's why, essentially, they're here. And they got 2 points to make up on Awaresh. Well, actually, it's probably 6 points now because Awaresh took 4 out of the first game. But, I mean, Fighters, they've got some good players in there. Just looking at up and down their lineup. I mean, Hardeep's a big in for them, isn't he? He certainly is a guy that can swing a game. Whereas batting first, well, I like it. I think most people seem to think it's probably the best seeing conditions while the natural light is around here. The lights will take effect towards the end of this contest. So, they're going to go with the same opening combination with Azim Sawa and Imran Khan out there. I think the clock's ticked over. So, might be time to shake, rattle, and roll here in Super 5 Match 2. Of course, 10 matches in the Super 5s and just finals night after this. So great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Let's go. And First one crashed into the thigh pad of Zawa. Batted beautifully for a half century in the last game, didn't he?
Oh, it was a wonderful half century. That it was took a little while to get going. Very cautious start. Probably knew that the Lisbon Supergiants came out firing those couple of first overs from the bowlers. Cautiously seen off by the opening batsman from Warish. But once Zawa got through those few overs, he really took control of the innings, completely and utterly just ripped the game to pieces and took it well away from Supergiants. And yeah, as you say, they picked up the bonus point because they completed the run chase within that 7 overs to get the bonus point. Good work for them.
Just managed, didn't they?
Yep.
Imran faces up and gets a spicy one from Hardeep. First up, not even taken cleanly by the keeper. Hardeep getting this new ball to talk.
Yeah, Hardeep, I think that's a really good inclusion. Saw him play a couple of really good games in the group stages. Then they missed him for a little while. They had to sort of try and find someone who can plug that gap. He's a great first bowler and he's a good batsman as well. Got a lot of runs going, and he's going to be very important today for their chances to pick up a win. Don't worry about the bonus point just yet, just to get that win. But if they can, if they're in a good position, I reckon he'll have a bit to play in that.
Good outswinger. This one doesn't bounce too much. It was full of a length. As Imran can't get bat on ball once again. Want to say quick hello to everyone in the chat. And of course the night crews all come in now. I think now that Cyprus has wound down and they're seeing they're getting ready for their 8th and final match of the day on ECN. It's quite crazy, isn't it? I mean, yesterday we actually had 9 because we had the crossover. There wasn't too much of a crossover today, so you can pretty much watch 16 hours of live cricket, which leaves you 8 to sleep if you can sleep. You just might be too excited.
That's quite a lot of cricket, isn't it? We love it, though. That's what we want.
Takes on the short ball and wins. What a shot. Oh, that's gone over and into the car park. Maximal. Incredible hit, and it's 3rd time lucky for Imran Khan.
Wow, what a magnificent shot. And just as that went in the air, I suddenly looked over towards the gate, and someone has parked their very nice car, we can see, and they had to take evasive action. They didn't know where that was going to land. I'd strongly advise them to move that car as well. They might have a grizzly sitting in the windshield before this day's out.
Yeah, that's quite incredible because you're never quite sure how much it's going to bounce.
Yeah.
Looks like a genuine short ball from Hardeep, but short square boundaries here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo. Oh, and he really gets this one to go up and away. Good comeback.
That's a really good comeback. From a bowler who's just been sent over the boundary with such disdain, to come back like that almost cuts him in half. What a ripper.
A lot of people sending you their regards. Jules Uderbridge certainly was. No, Steve is in there as well. Rob Thompson. Croom's in there saying, Phil, been great. Hopefully we hear from you again soon. We'll have to get you on and check you. I know you're very busy in that tournament, but it's always great to maybe get you on for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be there doing my duty as league administrator and ops manager, but I'm sure I can find some time to sit with you or Danny and have a chat.
Some bites in towards Imran. Gets a single. We could have more than that if they can turn around in time. He's holding his hamstring here, Imran. I mentioned that he only has to sometimes look at a ball to get injured, but he will get back. Probably rubbing it, not because of the running, because of the impact there from Hardeep. End of the first over, and it's 9 without loss.
Well, another interesting cautious start by these batsmen. There's that 1 hit for 6, but everything else that came from Hardeep Singh was pretty good and pretty fiery as well, because the fighters are desperately going to be searching to get into this top order. Like I said, they've just driven up from Lisbon. They did have a game earlier today in the league, and this is a long day for them. But they really want to get this win. They want to knock off who I would probably call the favourites. I don't want to sort of telegraph anything, but I would call Awarish the favourites based on their performances in the group stage, where they picked up 30 of the possible 32 maximum points. Wow.
And with that win earlier tonight, it becomes 34 out of a possible 36. So, I mean, they have been on fire, but it's this form of the game, anything's possible. All these teams have had success in the tournament. Mandeep gets pulled away up in the air. No outfielder back there. And I think that's gone all the way. It has Maximal. So up. Took his time a little bit earlier on, but this time he's confident against the short ball. Maybe has got his eye in as he sends that one over the ropes.
I think maybe the previous game against the Supergiants was maybe a bit of a teaser for him, and now this is the main course, and he's thinking, thank you very much. The Moose Bush was lovely, and now let's get into this.
All right, in the air, though, and this is a definite opportunity. Catching's important. This one goes down. So Zawa's been the form batter of the night, but he gets a life on 6.
That's probably the first life he's given away, and that includes what happened in the previous game as well, where I felt he almost gave nothing away. Well, man of living dangerously now. That really was a wonderful opportunity for fighters. They just couldn't snaffle it. Have a look again when it comes in. In, out, and grassed. Oh, how much is that going to cost them? That was what they wanted. That's what they were searching for. That mishit. What could have been, as opposed to what it is.
True. We'll see if it ends up costing them or not. Obviously, at Werrish have a pretty good batting lineup as it is and pretty long. But catching could be the difference this week between 5 teams. They're all pretty evenly matched, can all win on their day. Mandeep battles on. Now another one that's in the air. This is very, very high. Another opportunity. This one's taken. So Imran not so lucky. He'll end up going 6 and out over the course of his 6 balls. Mandeep does get the wicket in the end. It's not Sawa, but it is Imran that's got to go at 16 for 1.
There you go. So the bowler does get the reward after all. And we saw some really good outfield catching by Irish in the previous game too. I think they pretty much held everything that came their way. The one very hot chance down in that vortex area that you talked about, Vinny, from Lucky, who spilled it on the way down. And but that was it. But apart from that, everything that went to hand was held and held well. And that was a good catch as well there at point. And that first wicket is down indeed. 16 for 1, halfway through the second.
Well taken there as well. Parminder made sure of it. He's got big hands, doesn't he, the big man?
He does. Disappeared into the hands there, didn't it? Did not want to come out. But that's got that breakthrough, and that's really important for them. Also, just to give them that little boost of confidence. We've got one back. It's inside the second over, and we've got one back. Let's get another one. Let's get some pressure on these batsmen.
So Greenshields only one off his bat in the last game, although Ware still did the business, getting all 4 points against LSG. Here he is facing Mandeep, and he cracks his first one. He cracks it into the shin bone of the point fielder with the swing there. I hope Lalit Kumar's all right, because that looked pretty nasty. Blow gets a few pats on the back from his teammates, rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt that from here. I winced and started flexing my knee there. Oh, wow, that really hit hard. But I think he's all right. He's running across there. He's changing sides for the left-hander now, so he's moving okay.
Let's see if he can get it right to Sawa, because he's bowled a couple of good outswingers there to the right-hander, but quite often see the tendency he won't be able to adjust the line. Might go down to the left. Yeah, it's fairly straight. Sawa turns on it. He's going to go all the way again. Maximal! He's judging it just right at the moment. Sawa gets another 6.
Yeah, that straight ball. That straight ball that just sits up nicely like that, he absolutely punishes that. I don't think he's missed one opportunity when it's come into the body like that to pull that around and hit it very square and pick the gap beautifully. Lovely shot, 6.
Mandeep. He has to go and try and push it across. He does here. It's a pretty good comeback, actually. Jammed out for 1. We've got Mom, You Are the Best in the chat saying, hey, how about giving the fans a bit of a break from the cricket? Just because it's pretty tough. I mean, here's the thing. And look, I don't want to oversimplify this as we get to the end of the second over. So 24 for 1 after 2. But, if you want to take a break, take a break. You can catch up later.
That's fine. Yep.
That's fine.
That's fine.
You don't. I said this in England. I know we've got some real supportive fans, some real enthusiastic fans. Quickly, I'm just going to have a look at the Group B phase. And you mentioned that Werris took 30 out of a possible 32 points. The Fighters were also in that group, and they finished just ahead of the Wanderers. Those 2 close wins over the Wanderers essentially get them here. And, of course, that means that these two, they have met in the group stage as well. And they met twice. And, obviously, Werris winning both because they didn't lose a game on the way through. Those 2 matches were the first 2 matches for Werris in the group phase, and Fighters for that matter. Werris chasing down 88 in match 23 in the 6th over, and then 134 to 104. They got the win in match 24. So 2 reasonably comfortable wins, but just with some of the inclusions for Fighters, I think this one could be a bit more of a close contest. Yeah, so what I will say is, as a fan or as a viewer, you've got the ability to watch it back if you want to, or you can catch the highlights. Yeah, these kind of 10-minute highlights videos.
Yep.
I don't expect people to watch every single minute. I know some people do, or they try to. And there's, Vinny, I'm so sorry. I couldn't. It's okay.
It's absolutely fine.
But we're here for you.
Yeah.
That's one of the things. It's kind of omnipresent.
Yeah.
Almost all the time you're awake, if you want. You can watch some cricket. As this is lifted up, uppercut time as Greenshields goes Maximal, his first of the evening.
That's a lovely shot. That uppercut is such a lovely shot to watch. And that area of the ground has had a lot of traffic over the last 3 weeks. And I reckon it's going to get a lot of traffic coming into next week for the rest of the Super 5 contest. Just to finish on that point, Vinny, can I just say to everyone out there, as long as you subscribe to this channel, and of course you are subscribed, if you miss a game, it's all there catalogued for you. Jump in there and you can find the game you want to watch. You can watch it to your heart's content. We're always here. As you say, we are omnipresent there, Vinny.
Yeah. That's could come back for the bowler there. As Greenshields misses out. He's going to be attacking. We know that.
Yeah.
I think you have to be that. All the batters have said there might be a ball with your name on it at some point.
Yeah. But until that time, might as well go out and go hard. I mean, Greenshields, he missed out in the previous game. He's going to want something here before he heads home tonight.
Oh, nice little flick away. Short boundary. Does it cover it? It does. And it's down to the ground. Maximal. Greenshields knows this ground like the back of his hand. And that direction, it's not quite the 50 metres we normally see because of the fact there's a steep drop-off on that part of the ground. Greenshields does get 6 there. Yeah,
Fielder was backing back thinking he was in with a chance there. And I think that was a bit of a teaser. And that's carried the fielder for a lovely whip off the toes. 6. Oh, threatening signs here for the fighters, threatening signs. I know they've already got rid of Imran Khan, very dangerous customer Imran Khan, but now you've got these two gentlemen here at the crease. And if they get going, well, sky's the limit. We'll see.
That's a good ball, though. That's a testing area. Nice. Bit of lift again off this pitch. But,
good comeback, wasn't it?
Conrad's just got a bit hit and miss early on, but we've seen if he can get on a heater, which we saw particularly at one innings of 148. At the time, it was the 5th highest score ever on ECN. And he can be a bit of an unstoppable machine. Now, a lot of bottom hand in this, but it is the power play, and that's gone all the way. Maximal! My luck or design, that one ends up over the ropes as well. End of the third. It's 43 for 1.
That's a pretty good power play from Warish. They got a little bit tied down in the first over, but these two batsmen here, they are looking comfortable. Sarwar gave a chance for a skied catch that was grassed. The next one, very next ball, Imran did the same, and it was caught. But otherwise, I think this has been a pretty good start. 43 for 1 in the power play. Have a look at those tower blocks, just building ever so slightly, ever so gently, and that over almost went magical. And you just get the feeling we're not far from a magical over the way these guys are hitting out. Conrad's looking pretty good, and Sawa, wow, that really good 50 he made in the previous game. He's just carrying on from that.
Into the power play, can't come quick enough for fighters. As it will be Deepu Mansaparia to bowl over number 4. Thought he bowled really well, especially early on yesterday. He was pretty instrumental here in keeping the Porto Wanderers at bay.
Yeah, properly impressed with Mansapuria's bowling. And his batting too. I think he came out and opened in the second match it was against Porto Wanderers yesterday and got him off to a pretty good start. And, he's got the pill now. See what he can do.
Round the wicket to the left-hander. Pitches up, but just misses the mark first ball.
They all say, Bit of a looker there for Sarwar, just to watch it go past. And as you said, these guys have met previously. In fact, it was against the fighters where Conrad got an absolute shooter and caught him on the back foot and the stumps everywhere.
Can happen.
Can happen, yep.
One just jumps a bit, but it's going to be called wide again. Deepu not wanting to get too straight to Sarwar. I suppose you can understand that, especially with this round-the-wicket mode of attack. I think the key here also, I know lots been made of the extra bounce and all that, but I try and force the batter to hit straight to those longer boundaries. You normally do that by pitching up. So I still think there's a market for a good Yorker or two in the over.
Yeah.
Pitches up, just opens the face on this, and he'll get a single. So Mansaparia will take on Greenshields in the next phase of this fourth over.
Yeah, I think Mansapuri and the rest of the bowlers need to be careful bowling around the wicket to, the right arm around the wicket to Sawa, because anything short that's coming into the body, he's going to pull it away all day, and he will hit that. That is just going to keep going and going until the score gets into the 150s. So they need to be properly careful there. Maybe think about trying to think it through. Try to think through how do you get the wicket and how do you not get belted every single time. It's slightly too short, because that'll happen.
Okay, let's see what they go for here. Deep mid-wicket goes back. Looks like deep square comes up. Conrad will know that. Gets in the front foot. Well, he wasn't there to drive. Yeah, interesting that Conrad still went for a shot that's probably quite a difficult one. I would have thought maybe with that field change, if he wanted to premeditate, probably coming across his stumps and trying to flick because the square leg came up next to the umpire.
Yep.
That's probably, and it's also a short boundary there.
Yeah.
Rather than kind of walk and play the millionaire's shot straight over the bowler's head on this pitch. Anyway, let's see. Nicked and running away, but the third's pretty fine down there. Does well to at least keep it in front of him, just a single.
Yeah, it's good placement with the third man down there a bit finer. If he'd been on a 45 where you often see a third man, then that would have been all sorts of trouble. Interesting they leave the door wide open, very square of the wicket on the leg side for Conrad as well. As you said, there was that dip backward square who just came back up next to the umpire inside the circle, and the next fielder coming around towards us was deep mid-wicket. Big gap there.
Sawa back on strike. Plays a beautiful shot over cover. Well, that is classical bounces just inside the rope. 4 runs and probably the shot of the night.
That was really beautiful to watch. Absolutely beautiful. Just everything there was balanced, poised, and he just hit lovely through the ball. No swipe, just hit through the ball, and it went like an absolute bullet. Fielders just had to watch it and then go retrieve it. Wow, good shot. 50 up for Owarish, 51 for 1 in the 4th.
Just noticed something, and it's been brought up in the chat. Expected score 87. I've seen this happen once before. I think it might be stuck. Because I don't think 87 is the expected score from here.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
This is going to be cut away. I have to hustle here, and we'll get through for a single. And the reason I know it was stuck, you might say, well, maybe the computer knows something you don't. But I actually saw the excess below the current score once when it got stuck.
Oh, really?
And then we knew for sure that it had been stuck.
Oh, that would have been a sight. Was the chat picking that up, or did you pick that up first?
Well, this time it was the chat that alerted to me. But
yeah, thank you, chat, for that.
Chat are great for picking up those little things. Deepu over the wicket then to Greenshields. Thick outside edge, but it's thick enough to get it away from the field, and it'll be 4 runs. The 50s come up during the over as well for the Swans at the end of 4. They're 56 for 1.
They're going quite nicely now. Well, the run rate's good, looking very good. And, well, the expected score, we've already discussed that. We know it's going to be more than that. May have just switched the internet off and back on again just to get
turn it off, turn it on. That'll work. 99% of the time.
Yep. Have a look at this run rate climbing ever so nicely. No dips. I mean, it's only 4 overs in, so you wouldn't expect it to be dipping at this point. If it does, you've got a problem. 1 wicket down. That's Imran Khan, who went in the second. But these two now together, and the score's going on quite nicely.
Makes me think of what have you done that superstitiously you think's going to work, but it probably won't. So one thing I always do as well is if something doesn't work, I'll unplug it, turn it upside down, and plug it back in, as if that by some miracle will.
The change of angles, yeah. So that's the cricketer in you coming out. I'm going to change the angles.
All right, Jatinder comes on. Can we see one of the great dribbles here? Well, can we get a replay of this? Oh, it might end up in a run-out. It will. Well, you wouldn't believe it.
Unbelievable.
He's literally just dribbled around 2 or 3 opponents. Meanwhile, Sawa says, all right, if you're gonna be faffing around with it, I'll take 2 on you. Great stuff by the keeper. Oh, yeah. But complete misjudgment by Sawa. He'll be run out for 22. It's 57 for 2. But I don't think I've ever quite seen a run out like this.
Never in my life have I seen that. I really thought the fielder was he's just mucking about with that, and he'll eventually pick it up.
I mean, it was a bit like Maradona 86 World Cup, wasn't it? He just kept going with it.
Yeah.
And Sawa, he was kind of mesmerised by the dribble. Said, all right, if you're playing football, I'm going to go 22-yard sprint, but he couldn't get back.
Yeah, and
bizarre run out.
And as you pointed out, good take from Verinder Vogt behind the stumps to get that down. It took a nasty bounce just in front of the keeper, and he got it down to the stumps, and Sawa caught short. But that dribbling action, that is going to make the highlights package.
Well, they have to check that for offside.
Possibly.
VAR coming in for the first time.
Yeah, we've had a crossover of sport here today.
Oh, gee.
Amazing. Never before have I seen that either, Vinny.
I assume he's run out going for the second, or was it the 4th? He seemed to be dribbling that forever.
Oh,
well, this is ECN cricket. You never know what you're going to get. Kind of pseudo slip on the circle there for the new batter, which is Gurjeet, and he's going to absolutely slam on. Watch out, Phil. That's Maximal, says Carreras. We didn't rule one protect the equipment, but I think the table did most of the work there. 6
Table
runs.
did all
What a
the
start,
work.
though, for Gurjit Singh.
That's a lovely strike coming straight at us. And, yep, the table took the brunt of that and rebounded the ball back into the field. Yep, really good. The just going back to that crossover of football and cricket, though. Surely that's the first time ever I've seen that, and that's going to make a highlights package. Go back and have a look at that. We didn't get to replay it for that, but please, if you want to see that again, that's going to be magic. And so is that. That's big.
Well, that's more than big. That's humongous. Come out in the mood, hasn't he? Well, we just saw the kind of the Maradona-like run out, but no good deed goes unpunished as Gurjit comes out and absolutely smokes the first 2 out of the park.
Properly spanked. Jatinder Singh he's got something to sort out here.
Wayne's calling it fake fielding. And then,
I saw that.
I mean, what even was that? I don't know.
We're still working it out, Wayne.
Bit inside out this time from Gurjit. Happy to take the one. His partnership's off to a fly already. Greenshields doesn't have to do anything as yet for the third wicket. Jatinder trying round the wicket to the right-handers at the moment.
Yeah, interesting game here. It's on the cusp of getting away from the fighters, though.
He hits the ground here, I think, on the way through, but good length kind of draws Conrad forward. He can't quite execute the drive. Clever liked it as well. A good soccer player. And Kroom said maybe we do need to use VAR.
Yep.
This is where you need to be able to write on the screen to work the exact route that he took through the point region. Anyway, Greenshields will get one, and he will retain the strike. Takes us halfway point off the first innings of the Super 5 match 2. Awarish winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 71 for 2 after 5.
Did we used to have the pen and the magic marker we could do on the screen?
We've never had that. I've always thought it would be great.
Yeah,
But obviously some technology that we can't afford at the moment.
Yeah.
But I'd also worry that if I leave it in the wrong hands, then it could go wrong.
Yeah.
And by that I mean we kicked
Pear-shaped.
off the air, and I'm not singling anyone out, but let's just say it starts with C, ends with Ori, because we know he can't be trusted. Anyway, whereas the top of the table with 8 points, they took 4 through. They got 4 earlier on today. Fighters, well, they got to fight, especially just essentially to finish top 3. Finish top 3, you're through to the finals night, and you've got a shot.
That's right.
Here's Deepu coming back, and the first one so low. Conrad loses his bat in the stroke as well. Dot ball.
That was a little shout of owl there. That obviously didn't tickle at all. He's dropped the bat, got the glove off, looking at the fingertips.
So I'm going to say the expected score of 87, which is still stuck. You got to realise this is the 8th game of the day. The expected score doesn't get a break. Had 9 games yesterday. It's got 8 today.
Yeah.
I think it's just packed it in. He tries to get funkalicious here. Conrad misses out. Gets a good full ball. It's not easy to ramp.
Yeah, we've had a pretty packed weekend, haven't we? There's been a lot of cricket. As you say, the 4 games yesterday, it was really quite warm yesterday.
17 matches in a weekend.
That's a lot of cricket in a weekend.
17.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm sure if Rico and Nishra are in touch with us right now, they will be nodding in agreement. It's been a good long weekend for us and good cricket for everybody.
Well, this one gets big at him, and he should be gone. Straight up in the air. Keeper does the rest. So Conrad will get 25, but he won't go past that. Mansaparia gets one to get a big on the Awaris captain. And Awaris will lost their 3rd wicket now. 71 for 3.
So Conrad's 25 from 14. He was looking pretty good there for a while, and obviously he lost Sawa an over and a bit ago to who was bowling that one? It was Hardeep Singh? No, it wasn't Hardeep Singh. It was anyway, we lost Sawa, and that sort of maybe upset a bit of rhythm, but Conrad's crapped on short, and it has gone straight to the hands of the keeper.
Jatinder bowled that last over.
Jatinder, wasn't it?
Jatinder, and it was a strange start. It was that 1 and run out, then it went 6-6.
6-6,
But
yes.
then there was 5 balls without a boundary now, becomes 6 with that wicket of Conrad Greenshields. We'll get to see the 2 G Singhs together now, because this is Girish Singh, the DJ, coming out at number 5.
DJ, right, the DJ. And he doesn't wear DJ for no reason. He is a DJ.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe some sort of DJ-themed celebration. You know, they'll
Yeah,
scratching
they'll
the record or
scratch the
something like that.
record. Headset. Yep, I think so. Let's see.
All right. Deepu making the most of the conditions. Yeah, pretty good area first up. Girish is kind of a bit underrated with the bat, I think. Often will come out the middle order or even slightly lower, but can certainly handle himself. Sometimes a victim of the depth in this batting lineup.
Girish Singh, doesn't he usually keep for
He can.
Irish? Yeah,
I'm
sure I've seen him do that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised actually he doesn't keep tonight with Greenshields doing the job. Just a personal preference thing. He's also a very good fielder, that's the thing.
Yeah, true.
All right, short, and it's blasted off the back foot. Well, Gurjeet goes massive, maximal, and says Mars to Eris.
That's quite an interesting delivery. It went short, outside off. It sat up for way too long, and he had enough time to read the inscription on the side of the ball and then put it out of the park. Lovely strike for 6. Big hit. Last ball the over coming up.
Oh, then gets a bit carried away with this one. Like one of the later, and I wouldn't even say half-hearted, it's probably a quarter-hearted appeal from the bowler. But it will be the end of the 6th over, and we're a 78 for 3.
Going nicely. 13 is the current run rate. It's dropped down a little bit now. A couple of big wickets gone. You see that Sawa and Greenshields put together. Well, they had a pretty good partnership. Both got into the 20s, but that's it for them in terms of this innings. And now it's the G Singhs who are together, and they're going to rebuild and take this, hopefully for them, take this innings along to a big score after 6 overs. 7th over about to be started. Looks like Hartdeep Singh is going to come back on to bowl the 7th.
Yeah, good guy to be able to bring back as well. Okay, well, we've got Phil for one more game here. This is his last game before he heads back to Czechia for a couple of weeks before the ECS starts there. So get your random questions into Phil. What do you want to ask Phil before he goes? Knocked down the ground first up for a single. So I'm sure there's a few people that would like to at least say something. Or I want to ask you a random question.
Yeah? Okay.
Okay. I know from experience that you do a hot sauce challenge.
Yes, I do.
Well, it's not a challenge. It's like an experience, right? It's an experience.
Yes. There's no challenge.
So it's not really a question. It's more an instruction.
Okay.
Not to have one. Oh, it's just hit. Down the ground, it's high. Longest boundary on the ground, but it's going to clear it. Maximal! Another great strike to Gurjeet.
He's batting well, isn't he? He's going the tonk, and he's middling it. Shot. Big 6.
Wayne's just said goodbye to the supercomputer because it looks like the 87's not going to cut the mustard. But tell us about the hot sauce experience that you do in Prague.
Right. So, yeah, what we do is we invite people to come and try 10 different hot sauces of elevating heat.
How many, sorry?
10.
10. Wow.
Whoa.
Speaking of elevating.
Wow.
That's elevating. I wonder if this is biased. It is. So basically when it passes the striker, it's below his head or at head height. And then it just continues to climb, and there's an unhit 4.
Oh, keeper was unsighted. Had no chance for Verk to bring that one down. That's incredible. The takeoff was amazing. John Zinker's be proud of that takeoff.
Wow.
Shout out to John if he's listening. So, yeah, the hot sauces, we start with something around about 1,500, 2,000 Scoville units, which is like a raw jalapeno.
Just checking that was about nose high, wasn't it, when it went past the striker? So then he charges at one. knowing it's probably going to have to be pitched up. It is. It's clipped away. So 4 runs, 4 más. And where's up? And now they're above the expected score. So that's that just needs to just get a bit of retuning. But
there we go.
Up to the 90s. Okay, so starting with
with a sauce that's the kind of thing you might get in a Mexican restaurant, sort of that kind of level, a little bit of picante salsa, that kind of thing. And then you go up from there. And what I do is I do a presentation as well on the big TV there, and I talk about, this is the sauce you're tasting, this is where it comes from, this is the ingredients, this is the active heat ingredients you're tasting. Ooh.
Oh, no, it's going to be Minimo tries to follow him. That's worst case scenario, really. Hardy is going to go for 5 more, and really Verk didn't have too much of a play on that. Was always going away from him.
Oh, keeper really had no chance at all to get across that one, unfortunately. Wow.
So you have a bit of story time about the sauces as well.
Oh, we've got some story time, yeah, because what we have is we serve them the sauce on chicken wings or vegetarian nuggets, depending on your preference. Mm-hmm. And so while the kitchen's taking care of that, I'll do my presentation of each sauce. And this is really good because I do it in a place where I used to work in the kitchen, so I know the timing of the food and things like that. So
very smart.
I picked that venue very carefully. Good shot out there. And the fielders, neither of them can get to that one, and it's gone for another boundary. Lovely striking here from Singh. He's really getting into the mood now.
Yeah, sensational.
So
Placement there.
So these sauces, they get hotter. And around about sort of the fourth sauce, when things are starting to get a little bit spicy, you're talking about sort of 15, 20,000 Scoville units, which is like cramming about sort of 5 jalapenos in your mouth at the same time. Whoa.
Well,
Shot.
That is big. And that is going to finish the 7th over with a bang. That over goes off the rails. In fact, it goes supersonic in the 7th, including the 4 buys and 26 others in the over. And just like that, Awaris, a 108 for 3. Just checking this one. You can see here, just kind of picks it up on the charge. And, yeah, I mean, that's probably one, for me, it probably is a no ball as well. So, he's on the charge, we'll say that. But umpires on the ground weren't sure. They've said, if you charge, you lose your benefit. Those, maybe you're lucky to get away with that.
Yeah,
He's
I
not
think
too
so.
lucky on the balance there, Hardeep. Ends up going for 32 in his spell, and it's 108 for 3 after 7.
Big over that. Absolutely big over that for both teams, to be perfectly honest. And that's really going to be a shot in the side for fighters. They need wickets. They need dot balls.
All right, well, the runs are going to keep on coming. That's going to go for 4. As Girish this time, who gets the 8th off to a flyer. The floodgates have opened here.
Wow. Yeah. So just finishing that hot sauce conversation. I also do a presentation halfway through about remedies, ways to help yourself when you've got hot food and you can't handle spice. What's the best thing to do? Because we're not trying to upset people's stomachs or their, digestive system. That's gotten through for another 4.
Wow. That is carnage at the moment. Proper carnage.
Proper carnage, yes. The Irish having it all their own way at the moment, and the bowling just can't seem to catch a break.
And they can't. And this is the thing. It's a long, strong batting lineup. Okay, so I was going to say you could tell us some of those things now, but maybe I should keep it a secret. Because I actually think we need to try and organise that. I know it's tough to get all the crew together.
Yeah.
Do you think we could do one in a night time, though, in Prague? What are our chances?
I reckon we could. It's all about...
How long does it take normally?
It takes usually about 2.5 hours, but that's because we do take our time. We're not in a rush, and obviously people are drinking at the same time as well, because it's a pub/restaurant. Philly's the place where I do do the quizzes. So, everyone's quite comfortable. It's a nice long night. And the other cool thing we do, and people might say to me, oh, this sounds a bit like Hot Ones. It's a little bit like Hot Ones, but we do it on a communal long table.
Wild swing this time.
So we get that interaction between everybody sitting at the table, people you've never met before, and you're all suffering together and you're all enjoying it together as well. Some people who love hot sauces, I get repeat customers. They're coming back and they're saying, we absolutely love this. And then I even get orders like, Phil, sauce number 6, can you buy me a bottle of that next time you're doing your order, please? Like, yeah, of course I can, not a problem. The last sauce we do, it's about 2.5 million Scoville units.
Whoa.
And that is...
Is that like Carolina Reaper?
Carolina Reaper.
Is that what it is? Whoa, another one gets up. That'll definitely be the one for the over.
Well, it's usually I think it's Carolina Reaper plus Primo pot peppers and Ghost chilies as well. So it's a combination of everything. But you've been so hit by the heat at that point, it's not like you're having it just fresh. You've already built up to that level. So you do get to taste it properly. You actually get the flavours, and that's the whole point of that build-up. That's a good dot ball, good pace there.
So, okay, here's what I'm thinking we need to do. We need to get the crew during the ECS in Prague as we get to the end of this over. It's 1:17 for 3 after 8. 2 hours, because I know it's a long day, so we can just...
We can do it in 2.
We can do it in 2.
We can do it in 2.
I think 9, 11, 1, 3, 5, finish 6:30. Okay, something like 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, 1 weeknight.
Could be done.
Everyone's still in bed for a good, 7
Yeah.
hours.
Yep, that's true.
Because I think that sounds like a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. I could do a condensed version of, say, 8 sauces. Maybe hold off on the really hot one. That could be like an optional. It could be optional, because believe me,
How many is it normally?
It's usually 10.
Yeah, we'll do the 10.
And if ever you've heard of Da Bomb is sauce number 8. So people out there who may have heard of it or you haven't heard of it, look it up. Da Bomb. That is my sauce number 8. It's an absolute crowd-pleasing showstopper.
All right. Yeah, okay. I like the idea of 8, plus then we'll decide who's
game for an
Yeah,
option.
who's game.
Yeah.
I know I'll do it.
Yeah, okay. Danny and I are working on something together which is a little bit different to what we've just discussed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's involving chicken nuggets or vegetarian nuggets. And it's something in our planning stage, something that we're going to do at the Down Under in the next couple of weeks.
Down Under, famous Australian theme bar in Prague as well.
Absolutely.
We're talking about Prague because that's the next location on the ECS calendar. It's also where Phil G is involved in cricket. You can check out.
So, anyway, keep a lookout for that. We'll put it in that for now because this is coming to a crescendo this innings.
G-Sing combination ticking at the moment. We say it all happens in the ninth. Girish puts this one over deep mid-wicket for a Maximo.
Yeah, I mean, we're standing here talking about spice, and look at the hitting out there. This is proper heat out there, and the fighters are just getting subjected to this, and they just don't know where the break's coming from. This fourth wicket stand is really something else.
Yeah. Mandeep is short again. This doesn't get up as much. Should mention, last over it was pointed out that we had two G-Sings bowling and two G-Sings batting and Gurubej another G-Sing bowling. So triple G-Sing. And a famous Danny Hudacek quote from Italy in Brescia in 2021 said, if I found out the umpire's name was G-Sing as well, then my mind would really be blown.
Completely mind blown.
Goes up and away. Bit of width. Oh, it's been put down. Oh, he's that over there in the vest. But looking straight into the sun, you can make the excuse. But it's going to be another 6 runs. We're just really turning it on here.
That run rate, over 15 now, and it's climbing every time I look at it. And Mandeep Singh getting absolutely manhandled over the boundary rope here.
Yeah, now steps behind the ball, and so get it wide. That'll be bowled again. Okay, that sounds awesome. I am completely down with that. There's a few things, because Prague's pretty central. I spent a bit of time there.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I've got my favourite amateur comedy night that we go. Open mic stand-up comedy. I love going to that. As this will bounce off the keeper's pads for at least one. May want 2 here. Go a big turn. Forces a throw to the bowler, but just the one by there. But I love amateur stand-up comedy because I think if it's good, you laugh. If it's bad, you laugh.
Laugh anyway, yes.
So I just think you can't get a better night than that.
It's a win-win,
Maybe except
isn't
for
it?
hot sauce.
Yeah, it's win-win. Amateur comedy is lovely. It's great.
Well, one hand, one bounce, and throws a wide, and now they're going to get an overthrow. Love that Mandeep's pointing at the keeper as if it was his fault, even though clearly the ball was nowhere near the stumps or even really on the pitch.
We could see quite clearly from where we were standing.
Let me give you a little cricket tactic. If you think you're going to be blamed, quickly blame someone else. That's what Mandeep does there. He points at his keeper, like, "What are you doing?" He said, "What are you doing?"
That was for you.
Oh, geez, how's that, Mr. Stumps? Just gone over the whole stump. Well, we say it all happens in the ninth. This is no exception. At the end of 9, it's 133 for 3.
Yeah, that was an exciting ninth, actually. We started with a bit of carnage, and then suddenly it all got a little bit funky. And Mandeep, well, he's on his haunches, and he's sucking in the deep breaths as well. He's had a long day for sure.
I love this comment from Wayne in the chat, saying he has a random question for the robot. When he signs into any accounts online, does he commit fraud and click "I'm not a robot" on the capture test?
Oh, Wayne.
Well, Wayne wins the night.
He does.
Well done, Wayne.
Congratulations,
Pretty late
Wayne.
over there
that's
as well.
Really good.
I think it's going to be like, what would it be? 5:20 in the morning. That's very good from you, Wayne. Drop kicked away. Watch out, it's the car clock. Oh, just misses. Bounces on the road, and it's going to be 6 more. Girish Singh this time has been really good clipping off the pads. Say smash.
Oh, if it hits the car, we've got to figure something out. I mean, apart from mass apologies to the owner, but you park it, you pay for it.
You'll hear the alarm going off, I'm sure. Alarm's going off for fighters at the moment, trying to keep Waris at bay.
Yeah. They are really struggling, the fighters here, just to find dot balls. Let alone wickets, but just dot balls.
Hits this pretty hard as well. Fielder's got a task. Does well to keep it to 1. I think that's probably fine at this stage. Fine. Just take the 1. Gives Gurjeet a chance to bring up his 50. Hey, so I'll give you a bit of a fun fact you may or may not know. So, robots getting pretty smart. AI's getting pretty smart.
Yeah.
One question people always have is, can't we teach the robot how to tick the box, "I'm not a robot"? This is lifted up, and it will be 50 to Gurjeet. What a way to bring it up. It's a roofer. 51 of 17 balls going at 3 a rock. Some striking. He's been very good from the very first ball that he faced here in the Super 5s match 2.
That is an absolutely on fire 51 from 17. This is terrific. And the clang when it hit the roof of the stand, bounces straight back in the field.
That's a crossbar challenge. That's not easy to do because there's not too much of a crossbar up there.
Exactly. It's a small target.
146 and counting for the Swans. Full toss. That'll be tough to handle. Again, goes the old hockey goalie stop. Wants 2 here. There's no keeper anymore. So maybe it was worth taking on. And then they'll just take 1. So 2 in total. Goes under the wides column. Here, so question. Why can't robots click the... why can't you train one to click the I'm not a robot? But it's to do with the fact it's very hard for them because they'll just click it. If so it's not actually tracking your ability to click the box. It's actually tracking something else.
Okay.
One's going to be called a wide. Might have got a piece of the line. So when you're a human, say you've got your mouse or you're using a touchpad, because you're a human, it actually tracks the cursor.
You've got to direct the cursor,
and it goes. It has all these little wobbles on the way of getting there. Whereas if you were to train a machine to do it, it just
straight there.
Yep, it'll just click it, or it won't move at all,
That's
it'll be very digital. So that's actually what the box is testing. Jeez, that's out.
That is
out. He's gone a long way
so.
across. I don't think anyone was that interested. The bowler thought so. I think the Hardeep thought it was out as well. But for me, this looks out. He's in front of off stump. Not often I'm in favour of the outfielders leading the appeal. But this time they're spot on. Let's check it out. Thanks to our partners. Look at the impact here in front of off. Yep. Going on to hit.
Good call.
Good decision by Bucks. It's a really good example with the umpires as well. Call based on what you see. The strength of the appeal shouldn't really have any bearing on your decision.
Yep.
I don't think I get that one just right. But what a partnership between the G Sings. They came together at 71 for 3, and they put on 78.
Wow.
And they do it in just 25 balls. 2 balls remaining, 149 for 4.
That is quick time batting. That is really good.
So I was going to tell you another funny story about the I'm Not a Robot box.
Okay.
I know we don't have too much more time. But I heard of someone that went to get a car loan. Do you hear this?
Yeah.
And they were forced to tick a box that said I'm not a robot. But it was a paper form.
Okay.
They printed out the forms, and they still made them tick the box.
That's incredible.
It's like, no, I'm a human.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, I better tick that. Don't have my form, rejected.
Yeah. It's just, do I have to tick this? Yes.
But here's one thing though: in the era of touch screens, you can just touch the screen.
That's actually true as well.
Yeah. So maybe that tracking it is over, and track that one. That's going to be a chase. Boundary 4.
Yeah. Well, Alarm not here for a long time, but he's here for a good time. Gets 4. 154 for 4 now. But I suppose it can also track things like through cameras and all sorts of things. And you hit the middle of the box or do you hit somewhere else?
Yeah. That's a good one, actually. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Last ball, seatbelts on. And it's not really getting too much of anything. May have got a scratch on it. Yep, little bit of an edge. So he'll go 4 and 1. And so Ueras are going to finish 155 for 4. Looks like a good toss to win, doesn't it? And what that also does, it's going to set the defendable, like to get all 4 points at about 110, give or take.
Okay.
So, I mean, they might feel now, if they could get another 4-pointer here, they're in the box seat to kind of top the Super 5s before a team like Punjab CC Amadora, for example, has even got a chance to get on the field.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're in a really prime position here, and that innings was an absolute blinder. They did exactly what they wanted to do to the fighters, and they put them to the sword almost straight away. Sawa with the quick-fire 22 at the top there. Imran Khan, he was a bit of a casualty, went for 6 off 6. Conrad came in and assisted with Sawa, but they both went pretty close together. But then it came the G Singh show. Gurjeet Singh and Girish Singh putting on a great partnership off not many delivers at all. 155 for 4, that's imposing.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixture of some very good batting in there, but also I think the bowling was a bit wayward at times. When they were good, they were really good. But 20 extras, probably too many at this level. Struggled a little bit just with some control. Wickets to Mandeep in there as well as Deepu Mansapuria. Lalit Kumar with a wicket as well, though his over went magical. So no one really able to stop the bleeding for any length of time. So 155 on the board for Ueras. 156 will be the chase for fighters in their first game of the Super Fives. Now, the other thing is, to get a point, they'll need 109. So, whereas defending 108 or less. Let's see if they can do that. We'll find out after this break. Vinny Soundy here, Mr. Maximo. Let's give a warm send-off to Phil G when we return for the final innings of a Super Sunday on ECN right here in Portugal. And you're watching the ECS at Night.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Time for the second half of the match 2 here in the Super 5. 53 matches since a golden ball. And of course, we'll be waiting for golden ball 62 for a while. Phil G with me. And this is where I'll be taking over from tomorrow night. Night 2 in Super 5. Lisbon Caps taking on the Super Giants and Fighters in that one. But yeah, Phil, we haven't had your golden ball yet. Not so sure about the prospects here, but still, it's been a pretty entertaining game because of some of the big hitting we saw from Awaris in the first innings. 156 on the board.
We saw a couple of really good partnerships, didn't we? And some really lusty hitting from a few bowlers who, well, probably need to do a lot here when they get the bat to feel good about their efforts here this afternoon. But to be fair to the Fighters, they have had a long old day. But at the same time, Awaris they're playing their second match tonight as well. So, you know, it can be tough going being a cricketer who has to get around a little bit to a few different venues to play a game. But you're right, Awaris came out with a real fierce attitude. Couple of balls just to settle in. The Sarwar and Greenshields got going. Imran Khan missed out. But then it was the Gurjeet Singh show at that point. And he got a 50 as well, well deserved. Bit of wayward bowling. But unfortunately for the Fighters, they are chasing a very big score here.
All right, so Assad is going to open up. So yeah, the other thing is 109 is what's required to at least take a point out of this game if you're Fighters. Fighters didn't make it to the Super 5s in the day series we had here at Santarém, but they had a bit of a shocker, let's be honest, during that. Didn't take a single point out of it. The first one sneaks past the outside edge. So they've gone for the tall timber first up. You can understand that with Parminder and Hardeep out there.
Parminder Singh is a good shout at the top order, and of course Hardeep Singh a very good shout. I would expect him to open the batting for sure. Just hopefully, if one of these two doesn't get through and they get dismissed early, I hope they've got more in the tank, the Fighters. And as you see there's the equation for the bonus points. Another dot ball, and as Vinny's saying, 108. So it's a lot of work here for the Fighters batsmen. They're going to need some partnerships, and they're going to need to get after the Irish bowling. And that's going to be a tough next 40 minutes for them. That's some pretty good bowling from Mahmood. He's bowling quite well. He's found this new role of opening the bowling. He didn't open the bowling the first couple of group games. He was coming in about sort of second, or probably no, third or fourth bowler, coming in middle order, and he was getting a bit of stick a few times in those matches, those early group matches here in Group B. But now, I think he's found his calling.
Yeah, and by the way, Conrad's sharpened up with the gloves as well. Not easy up to the stumps with some of the unpredictable bounce that you get. Now, time for a mid-pitch conference. We've had 4 dots to start this innings.
Yeah, Conrad's doing well with the gloves. I mean, you've got the bowler coming around the wicket like this, and the keeper is slightly unsighted just for a few seconds there, and he's got to, almost got to see through the batter as to where he has to go.
Yeah, around the wicket side, left arm over, but I get what you're saying. Batter kind of creates a bit of a barrier.
Yeah.
This will be a run, maybe more than a run. But well covered there by Taj Muhammad.
Yeah, just that angle coming when the bowler's coming to a right hand. You're right, left-hander, probably not so bad, but if you've got a right arm around the wicket, the keeper suffers all sorts of vision problems with the right-hand batsman. But Conrad's doing quite well with the gloves, as you point out. Maybe he's heard some of the conversations we had earlier.
Yeah, he just asked me, was I being kind to him on the commentary about his keeping? And I said, eventually.
That's a good, safe answer. It was all constructive.
No, Conrad's a talented guy. We've seen that. Thing is also, he's had issues because he's played a lot of cricket over the years and it's taken a toll on his body. You can tell that. Being used more or less as a specialist bat, part-time keeper. You don't really see him bowling anymore, which is a shame. End of the first over, not too much going on the scoreboard right now. 1 without loss after 1. Yeah, because he's a genuine swing bowler. He's one of the few guys, he can get the ball to swing both ways. He's put in some of the better swing bowling spells we've seen on the network, but just with his body and bowling is a very unnatural action for the human body, so it takes its toll after a while. Now he's had a lot of shoulder problems, so in the hope of just being on the park more, he's kind of given away the bowling. Also, his side have a lot of good bowling options. Also, he'll be coaching the Portugal side to the World Cup qualifiers.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, and I heard about that too, which is really good. I mean, use that wealth of knowledge that he's got because he's been around the game for, I dare say, his whole life. Junaid Khan is going to start now.
Over number 2. Reaches and punches it. It's partly knocked down. Now, that's Lakshan Wirakun. Now, earlier when he spilled that catch, we didn't realise it at the time because it's quite far away from us. He dropped it. It was a good effort on the dive, but it came up and actually got him in the mouth. It wasn't him too hard, but just hard enough, so it's a little bit uncomfortable for him. He still retains his place in the team. Took that on the end of the finger as well. So, Lakshan's had a bit of a rough night so far.
Seeing up there backward a point, just wringing those fingers out, isn't he? Took that a little bit nasty there.
Oh, there's the shooter. You don't see it that often, but when you see it, you know it. And how does this not take the stumps out?
Oh, yeah. That's the ball we've been talking about, the one that if you play back, this one comes at your peril. Oh. Yeah, batsman was caught completely off guard from that one. Good delivery. Great pitch.
Hit on the up. Now, has a pop at the stumps. I reckon this would have been out if it had hit. Has to go the despairing dive. Hardip having to work hard, but he does get off the mark.
Yeah, it was definitely worth a shy. I think it would have been time to turn to the officials and us to just have a look at that TV screen one time. They had to really get the hustle on as Sawar just really wound up the elastic band and let rip. It's a good start here from Warish defending this big total.
Good backing up as well. Could have easily gone for 5.
Oh, yeah.
Bold just sneaks it in. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler now. Junaid, look at that trademark toothy grin. Can't help but love this guy, even though I'm glad I'm not facing him, put it that way.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That's an incredible record of striking in the first over. Interesting that we have seen him bowl in the second last couple of nights. Anchored away. Maybe a chance of a 2 here. But I think they know the limitations. They're happy to stop at 1.
Yeah, it was funny watching Parminder Singh reaction to that previous ball to that one where we teased the wide line. Maybe he didn't read the fine print about that the wide line is owned by the bowler. Possibly. He was looking incredulously back towards umpire Bucks.
Yeah. Batters always think it's a wide if they miss it. That's just it's in the contract.
Standard operating procedure.
Still no boundaries. As this should be stopped in the infield. It is. Going to have a shy at the stumps. It would have been out, but only had 1 stump to aim at, so heavy lifting so far for the fighters who are fighting, but they're not really scoring. It's 5 without loss after 2.
Yeah, this is always going to be a tough run chase. Big score on the board, 155 on the board. Trying to chase down 156. And have a look at the standings there.
Yeah, this is how they finished.
Exactly, that was Group B, how they finished. Fighters there coming into second place. That's how they got in. They got in by taking the points away from Porto Wanderers in 2 games yesterday, which were probably my 2 favourite games for pretty much the whole tournament.
They were very good. They were very good. Last ball finishes. Interesting thing about Group B is everyone lost all the games to the teams above them and won against the teams below them, without exception.
That is quite something.
Shortish. Been pretty slack on these tonight. I suppose he is a tall guy. Hard deep, but he can't get a call at the moment. That'll be the one for the over.
Yeah, we're also getting these heavy lifts after it passes the batsman. Let's have a look. It's a bit of good view.
That's wide. I think that's wide.
That's over the helmet, isn't it, in a normal standing position?
I would have thought so. But, like I said, they've been a little bit generous on those to the bowlers. This is pitched up and is absolutely smashed, and that's exactly what Hardeep is capable of. Maximal, powerful strike. Fire on fire here as the lights come on at Miranda de Corvo.
Yeah, he's actually leaned back and just gone bang. I'll show you something short. There you go. Straight over the covers for a big 6. Well, this is what they need. This is what they have to fire up and do. When the run rate is just a tad below 19 and you haven't got much time to really get on here, you need to get on right now. And that was a great hit.
Let's see how Taj responds to that. Remember, he's used his bouncer. Slow ball. That's clever because it's the last thing anyone was expecting. I think he wanted to bowl a bouncer, knew he couldn't. So he went for the element of surprise. Look at Taj. He's another guy with a few movie star good looks, isn't he? Little flash of the pearly white says, yeah, well, you might have got me last time, but that time I win the battle.
Yeah, that grin on his face, you wouldn't be able to remove that for any money. And poor old Parminder Singh. Yeah, sorry, Hardeep Singh. Poor old Hardeep Singh, undone there by a slow ball that if he'd seen it soon enough, I'm sure he would have dealt with it in his style. Well bowled, Taj.
Oh, well, it's a pretty good delivery because it's not quite over the shoulder, but still testing. I think for me it was about chest high, angled away for a single.
Yeah, it was a good lifter, that one, wasn't it? Really good lifter.
He's got just natural pace. It's one thing that's very hard to coach.
Yeah.
It's very hard to train to bowl faster. It's just one of those things. It's a God-given gift that you might have or you might not. Taj definitely does have it.
2 more to come.
Yeah, good Yorker. In fact, almost would have been out. Well, have a look at this. Conrad had an overarm throw at the 3 sticks, and to be honest, Parminder had gone on the long march to nowhere, and he would have been gone.
Where was he going?
He just assumed this was going to get away from the keeper. Jams down. I'm not sure if he even hit anything. And then realises he's a dead duck.
He did. He knew he no chance to get back for that. Well, that would have been a massive tragedy. I mean, the Fighters had 12 without loss, but last ball, the power play coming up. Hard to believe.
This is hit. That would have been out as well, I think, but it's going to be the end of the over. And the Fighters, not the power play they were looking for. Taj doesn't go for too many. Can't pick up a wicket, but only 8 off the over. It is 13 without loss after 3.
Wow, have a look at that. You can compare the story block situation to those the Irish innings to the Fighters, and the Fighters are just in a hole here right now. 13 off the power play. Yeah, it's so much pressure now on these batsmen. It must be living rent free inside their head as to what they're going to do to get literally every over to go magical now. They've really got to put the foot down. Yeah, exactly. 20.42 is now the required run rate. They've got to go magical big time.
Junaid being brought back for a second over and lace. But great fielding. Well, this could be gone. We'll have to see this from the main camera, and we'll have to try and freeze it at the exact moment that the ball hits the stumps. Let's see if we can do that. Now, I got a feeling if they think it's out, it's out. I don't think this bat's on the ground. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can pause it at the exact moment. Here comes the ball. It is not out. He just gets the bat down. Well, I gave everyone the benefit of the doubt, thinking, hey, if they think it's out, it probably is. Nice replay as well, showing us that bat gets down just in time.
I think for me it was that the team didn't come together in a huddle, and I think that was also maybe a little bit of a story.
What a bit of fielding, though.
Oh, great fielding.
Another dot ball. Oh, gee whiz. It's going nowhere fast at the moment.
Wow, this hole that they're digging in for themselves just can't get bat on ball. Don't worry about a boundary. What about bat on ball? You know, there's only been 20 legal deliveries bowled in this innings, and I wonder how many of those have been dots. It's been tough evening in the office.
I can tell you, we had 5 dots in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the third, and then 2 here. So that's 12 dots. Make that 13 dots out of the 19 so far.
That's a lot of dots.
Here's one thing. We haven't had a single extra. And, you know, extras have been a thorn in the side of many teams here in Portugal. We saw issues in Cyprus today.
Yep. Wow.
Forcing the batter to work for their runs.
This is a clinical performance from our Irish, batting and bowling.
Even the rate for a point now is about 15 and over.
Oh, it's getting steep now too.
I thought I might have jinxed him and made him bowl a wide, but not quite.
Tried. Once again, batsmen stand there looking at the line, look at the umpire, look at the line, look at the umpire.
Bowlers do have that extra little margin now, don't they, which I think the smart ones can use.
Yep.
The drawback, of course, the line doesn't move if the batter does. Another one goes over the top. Junaid's been pretty hard to hit. He's gone for 4 off 11 balls bowled.
This is incredible. Such good pace bowling from Junaid. Really good.
Well, Phil, I really wanted to get you that golden ball before you left, but we might have to wait. Maybe we can reunite in Prague. Hey?
Well,
I know you'll be there. I'll be there.
I'll definitely be there in Prague.
Prague's always good for a golden ball. Do you know who we call the golden ball Swami? It's Danny.
Yes.
Danny's got an incredible record.
Yeah. Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Bowled him. And so Junaid is going to get the breakthrough in the end. It was painful to watch. for Parminder. Sometimes he's got it, sometimes he doesn't. All he's got this time is 4 off 16. It's one of those ones, you'd probably rather make a first ball than that. In fact, you definitely would. Over goes the castle, and the Fighters, that pressure building up on them.
Yeah.
They lose their first 13 for 1.
Yeah, we saw a very different Parminder Singh tonight than what we've seen previously, and just maybe that long day and the heat of the day has really taken its toll, but he just couldn't get going. And as you say, struggling. So few runs off so many balls, so many dots getting through. And finally, well, you could say finally Irish get a wicket, but it was the economy and the good pace bowling that has tied the Fighters down, and they are properly tied down. 13 for 1, 4 overs gone, and this is looking, well, I don't want to get carried away here, but this is looking gone.
Yeah.
Dave's in the chat. Hi, Dave. Saying hello to both us.
Yeah, great to have Dave around. It's, what a spell by Junaid. Ends up with figures of 1 for 4 off 2 overs.
Fantastic stuff. Really good stuff there. So what do the Fighters do? Where do they find something? Mansapuri is the new batsman out. He's at the non-striker's end. And Hardeep Singh, even he's been held down. 9 from 8. You know, he likes to motor.
16 and over required for a point. Jeez, Fighters, they really did struggle with the Super Fives last time. Now this is a full toss, rare bad ball. Alarm gets swatted away. Maximo, just what the doctor ordered for Fighters.
Oh, absolutely. Hardeep Singh onto that, quick, smart. Saw it coming in full, really just coming at the legs and helped on its way. And that went very high, but it went a long way as well. Good shot. Very good shot. Breaking some shackles, maybe. Need to break something. Get angry, kick over a few bins, punch a wall, whatever you got to do. Need to start belting this Grizzly all over the park now. That point, it's the point now. I don't know about the win. You could probably put a pin in that, but this point I think is absolutely vital.
And just getting as many as you can, regardless of whether you get the point or not, because if not, could come down to net run rate. Remember, they do have 2 points heading in here.
Yep.
This is a nice shot lifted up over the long boundary. That's 6. Maximo. Hardeep trying to light it up. He does seem like the key. Deepu at the other end hasn't faced a ball yet. They need something. They need something fast.
Well, Hardeep Singh doing what he can. 2 and 2. You can't ask for much more than that. And Alarm is, maybe he's got an alarm ringing inside his head. A couple of people in the chat are talking about starting the car, have to say. Trip Denny's already put the emoji up. And he's got support from Christopher Ward saying it's about time.
Well, bowled. Well, it could be a half a chance of a run out here. Couldn't really get the throw off the way he wanted. Got stuck in the hand, I think, of Girish. But it's a very good pickup. Yeah. So that external pressure in the field. I mean, I know we saw a run out off a crazy Maradona-like dribble, but it's that perceived pressure as well that stops you going for runs because you just think, going to be run out if I try.
Yeah, these guys in the field, they're hot. They're hitting.
This one cuts underneath. Gets Conrad on the end of the thumb. Probably wondering why he grabbed the gloves in the first place. One reason I think that he's kept ahead of Girish is, obviously Girish is a very good fielder, but Girish is also a bowling option. So it kind of keeps their options open a little bit. But, Conrad, if he gives you 2 thumbs up at the end of the night, one's going to be bigger than the other.
I think so too.
It goes upstairs this time. Alarm has come back well. So, even with this over, seemingly going well for Fighters. And they need 16 runs off it to stay on pace for the point. They've got 13 with the ball to go, so if this isn't a boundary, still a winning over, I think, for Awaris.
Totally agree. You get hit for 2. You get hit for 2 back-to-back sixes, and yet you're still behind the run rate. Yeah, just not the Fighters' night tonight.
And Sabria yet to score. He won't score off this. So good comeback from Absar. End of the 5th over. And really, not too many signs of life from the Fighters. It's 26 for 1.
Totally agree. And I think that the calls are starting the car are starting to ripple through the chat. I think everyone's pretty much in agreement now that that's how it's going to go. The Fighters, well, they've got a good name. It's called the Fighters for a reason. But I've got a bit of a worry that maybe the fight could be out of these guys now. Have a look at the standings there in the Super 5. Awara is sitting top of the table with 8 points. Again, they picked up maximum points in the previous game where they took the Lisbon Super Giants pretty much apart, had it all their own way. Fighters, they're fighting for just 1 point just to get them, not on par with Lisbon Super Giants, but just those extra points are going to be so important when we get to the pointy end on Friday and see who plays in the finals.
So, having a pretty good night. He's going to come on with his left arm spin. This is timed away, and the ball's going to win the race. Well, that shows you how fast this field is.
Yeah.
As looked like Gujit would be able to chase that down, but the ball just kept gaining on him. 4 runs to start the over.
I've got to say, that part of the ground, when you play it along the ground, that ball does pick up a bit of speed. Down on our side of the ground, Vinny, where we are, the shots to the cover and sometimes to deep mid-wicket, they're slowing a lot more than behind the wicket.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Speared in this time. Well, Conrad picks it up, has a pop at the stumps. This would have been out as well. It's funny, they seem to have hit the stumps, but they've hit the stumps every time when they're just in. There's been a few on out.
Yeah.
Don't think they're going to take the overthrow. They consider the ball dead here. But, yeah, it's making sense. They've wasted them. But,
I think they have, yeah.
Rate for a point. Still, with Hardeep there, he is capable of kind of giving you those magical overs, isn't he? Doesn't really time this. Sends back his partner. That's another sign that Hardeep feels like he has to do this on his own. Didn't want to give the strike away.
Yeah. I think he's even signalling to... That little signal there he gave to Mesper was just... It was this sort of like, just hit it. Just knock it and we'll run. Just knock it and we'll run.
Probably a wide, yeah. Just. Well, he likes it.
Ooh,
I don't know if they want to have a look at this from the side on camera, and maybe again we can have a look when the sticks get knocked over. Let's have a look. Now, Conrad, it is a wide, but you can be stumped off for wide. But let's have a look. Thanks to Spring. We'll try and get this really slow for you after the take. Let's have a look there. Now, where's that foot go? Oh, we missed it. So close. I don't know if we got that one more time. That we could just keep the video running a little bit further. See what happens. Yeah, here we go. We'll have another look at it here.
Okay.
Because what happens here is Conrad then takes the bails off, and the question is that foot on the ground or not? So this just around about...
Oh.
I actually think he's a little bit early.
Oh,
so I would say not out. I think that he's still on the ground before the bails come off, and he's given out. Well, there you go. Well...
Just for a second, I thought you were onto something there, mate, because maybe as the leg was in the action of coming up. But
I don't know if we can see that one more time. And I guess the key is here to try and kind of to stop the videotape at the exact moment that they're hit. But
or maybe we can see it just as there's maybe a little bit of daylight.
If I was looking at that live, so not live, the live view of the slow-mo without the... Yeah, I don't think that's out. But the umpire might have called it out, in which case they might say it's inconclusive. But yeah. Because they'll go with the umpire's call on the field.
Yep.
So yeah, interesting one. But anyway, to be honest, the way things are going, maybe not a bad thing to get someone else out there. He'll be stumped off a wide for a duck. Masala has his first wicket of this contest. Sahota comes out number 4. We know he's a talented striker. Not a bad matchup. The left-hander against the left-hander as well.
Yeah. And left-hander is changing to coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Let's see what Sahota can do. Can he light things up and try to find that bonus point?
Well, Conrad. Well, he likes it this time. He's same again. Saying, all right, let's have a go. Conrad. I don't know about whether Conrad was delivering flowers and chocolates to the third umpire's hotel room this morning, but we got exactly the same situation again. Let's see it from side on, thanks to our partners. Let's have a look. So, all right, Sahota misses the ball, taken, then let's have a look. This time, not again! Oh, let's see if we can run that little. Un poco más largo, porfa. Here we go.
They're teasing us.
Yeah, a little bit longer. Okay. Well, all right. That so far we see. And does he move? Does he move? I actually think that's more out than the other one, if I'm honest. Whether it gets given or I'm not sure. If you want another look at it, too bad. But let's have a look. All right, we'll have another look. All right.
One more time.
Now, could we pause at the moment that the stumps get hit? All right, that's the question. All right, because we're trying to get the exact moment, which is wait for it. And it is coming. The sound of my voice is annoying me too. Don't worry. It is ready. Stop. Oh. Well, we didn't quite stop. I don't know. You got to go umpire's call. You can't tell.
Yeah.
But what does the umpire say? He says out.
Says out.
Conrad, suddenly, he got Alan not behind the stumps. I tell you what, you could have boiled an egg in the time that ball was in Conrad Greenshield's gloves. But Sahota's going to go first ball.
Wow.
Derek's on annual leave, so you won't see him. But the Fighters have lost another wicket, 32 for 3.
That took a long time to get there, but we got there. Finally.
Well, I did say,
Yep.
you know, you can look at it both ways and see what you want with those
Yeah.
replays. But
Yeah.
for me, that one looked more out than the other one. Meanwhile, Sawa has just casually come and he's got 2 for 6.
Exactly right. I mean, Conrad was hanging on to that ball for a couple of seconds, but not as long
Well,
as it
he has a
took that
notoriously low concentration span, so he's done well with that stumping. Anyway, this is in the air, but it's going to fly away into the reverse vortex. That's going to be 4. And Jatinder Singh is off the mark.
And that would have been the hat-trick ball too.
Well, it's interesting you say that.
Well, because
in my opinion, well, call me a traditionalist, which not many people do, but I believe my philosophy is that for a hat-trick to be a hat-trick, it cannot contain any extras, wides or no balls.
Right.
There's some people that would disagree with that, and I respect that as well.
Okay.
But theoretically, when I read it in Wisdom,
okay,
the Bible.
Yes, the Bible. Yep. Okay.
Matthew chapter 4, verses 13 to 16, it said that a hat-trick shall not have any wides or no balls in it. Well, can't have a no ball because you can't take a wicket off no ball if you're to the bowler.
That's fair enough. Yes.
Hit wicket and stumpings can happen off wides.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Hat-trick is not actually, it's just something we call something. It's not like in the laws of cricket. There's no such thing as what a hat-trick is. It's just, it's like a colloquial term.
Yeah,
basically.
we've constructed
Yeah,
that.
we've constructed it.
And we say hat-trick for 3 things in a row, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. And it's, you know where it comes from? That in the old days, if you could do it, you were presented with a top hat.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That was it. It was a hat trick.
Is that where it comes from?
You don't see the old top hats out there anymore.
Don't see enough.
Yeah, that's something maybe for
That'll
some
come
of our
back.
viewers to think of.
I'm sure it'll come back.
All right.
That was the end of the 6th, in case you missed it. 37 for 3 after 6.
Well, if the sun hadn't gone down yet, it has now after that over. Greenshields sending us upstairs a couple of times. 72 off 24 for a point. Girish is going to bowl over number 7. Gets 4, but gets crunched. That's 4. What a shot.
That's a good shot.
From Jatinder. Laces it through the offside.
Absolute tracer bullet out through the extra cover region there. Pierces the field. That was just barely moving for that one. Lovely strike. All probably a little bit too little, too late. Still look at 17.74 per over to get that point. It's still within chance, still within play, but 68 from 23. Yeah, it's tough. It's north face of Everest.
Do you think somewhere in outback Portugal, just in the dense mountainside, some of Conrad's henchmen have the third umpire's family hostage tied up? So you better give it out or else.
What accent was that?
That's how they talk. Don't ask me how I know that.
That sounded like someone from far north Queensland.
This one's the shooter. It does pretty well to hit it.
Yeah.
Well, there's some good rainforest in North Queensland.
Oh, lovely places there. I love that part of the world.
Conrad had 2 stumpings in his ECN career previously to this. I think they're both in the ECL in 23 when he had the job. When he's actually recovering from a shoulder injury back then. So he thought, well, if he has the gloves, then he's less likely to have to throw over him.
So he's doubled his stumpings dismissals in 2 balls here. He's having a good night then with the gloves. Taking a few on the fingertips too as Conrad. So he might be battered and bruised, but he'll be grinning if they can get the 4 points here, which looks like it will happen.
Looking like it at the moment.
Looking
a few
like
questions.
it.
Who do we like in the T20 World Cup? I mean, it's hard. Our opinion's not worth that much.
Yeah.
There's a lot. I mean, I had a feeling about India, but I've got to say that Papua New Guinea were pretty impressive today against West Indies. That's a huge one. That is going to go over the car, I think. Yeah, it has. Look both ways before you cross the road and fetch that one. Great ball retrieving, though. They're not slowing down for anyone. Maximal says Carreras. Well, Girish Singh thinks he's Taj Muhammad, but he's not. And that short ball disappears.
I've been tipping my cap to the boundary riders, the ball getters in this tournament so far. Have done an outstanding job, and they have not been slack whatsoever. They run hard for every ball. We've had 33 degrees almost today. We've had high temperatures, and they haven't missed a beat. So well done to them. Big shout out to them.
They've been wonderful, honestly. Full of energy. Now, some sort of conversation. Well, Green Shield thinks this is stumped as well. Oh, maybe we'll have to go to third umpire.
Really?
Well, maybe
Okay,
just show a replay of the. You could show anything. You could show like a cat video right now and probably get given out stumped. Anyway, they might be just waiting to. Well, I know it was 6 because the ball went across the road on the full.
Yeah, not sure what they're checking here.
I just think they want more fill. They're not ready for you to go. They want to make this last as long as possible.
This long as possible.
Oh, I think they're saying that he might have found the actual ball. Oh. So now we're going to get this one back. No one's told the ball retriever because he's just sitting there looking at it. He probably assumes there's been another overbowled by the time he's come back into the stadium.
He's just realised.
So what you mean?
No.
You stopped playing. You've been gone for 5 minutes. All right.
What kind of casuals you like picking at the seam going, gee, that took a bit of a hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pull the bits of gravel out of it and get moving. Something tells me that might be the last bouncer we see from Girish in a while. He's going Yorker here.
Yeah, full. This will be full.
Yeah. All right. He doesn't quite hit it. And batter does. It's going to be... it's going to be 4. It was almost boy meets wall there. That could have been ugly. It will be 4 runs. The fighter's fighting. And they needed a bit more of this earlier, didn't they? 50
did.
Comes up with that shot as well.
Yep.
As it's 52 for 3 after 7 overs.
So three overs to pick up 57 runs if they want to get the point, the fighter. So there's still a bit of fight left here from, you never know. Let's see how they go. I like to see them get the point because they're definitely going to get beaten here in terms of the game. But if they can pick up the point here, they've still got Hardeep Singh out there. He's been there since the start, 37 from 16.
Yeah, hasn't had a lot of the strike though, has he?
Not recently, no.
Yeah.
No.
I want to say to Tripp, have a good night. Looks like he's popping off a little bit early. As this is going to be backwards. How far? Far enough. It'll bounce a couple of times and over the rope, 4 runs to start the 8th over. He's going to feed a few of the strays because there's a storm coming. He's a good human being. I know that. He's looking after the animals in the area.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, just pass on my good night to Tripp as well. Thanks for you tuning in today.
Reminds me a little bit when the kitchen had closed at the Wimbledon Club the other night, but someone had made some microwave pizzas and that was their equivalent of feeding the strays because we're pretty hungry after a pretty big finals Friday.
Wow, I bet.
It wasn't exactly kind of first-class cuisine, but it was much appreciated about 10 o'clock on Friday night at the Wimbledon Club.
Come on, anything would have looked good at that time of night after a few cold beverages as well.
So
I totally agree.
Coming back to bowl his second over. Well, we're on stumping watch. Well, lifted up over the offside and short boundary. That's running away. In fact, it's got all the way maximal. You can't really see this on the screen. This is one thing that struck me. That bit of the ground there, I've seen so many games from this ground now, but it's such a big hill after the rope. It's a proper drop-off.
It is quite steep. It's very, very dangerously steep too. Got to watch yourself going down there. But also, hang on. Conrad,
I reckon there's a chance.
Do we need a replay?
I reckon he did lift his foot. So this is what more experienced batters, they will not move that foot at all. They won't even try and slide it until they're sure the wicketkeeper's throwing the ball back.
Yeah, he's passed it on to another fielder. Yep, agreed.
Oh, nice effort down leg side, but it's not a great delivery from the bowler. It'll be 2 wides.
Yeah, batsman couldn't get anything on that, unfortunately for him. Or fortunately, because it's a couple of wides.
Chris Ward saying, Phil, thanks for the commentary over the past 3 weeks. It has been a pleasure.
Oh, thank you, Christopher.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Phil.
Appreciate it.
We'll probably celebrate with a couple of quiet Portugal specials at the hotel afterwards tonight. Give you a good send-off.
Yeah, something sedate, something so the locals and the other guests in the hotel don't get a bit too cranky. And I do have a pickup at 2 a.m. too, remember.
You're pretty understanding, actually, the hotel.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
It's a proper shot here from Hardeep. That's what he can do. And that is G-O-R-N-E. Gone.
That is massive.
gourmet, as they say in France.
Gourmet.
Gourmet.
René. Could start to incorporate that, no doubt. That is a
I
big hit,
I
mate.
like that. Gorne.
Gorn. Capital. Gorne.
Signal 6 by Bucks. Just wanted that one rechecked, obviously. Wasn't sure which part of the roof it hit. Anyway.
See that again.
Go on. Go for
There
it
he
again.
goes.
This is it again. Short boundary.
The car.
Just in front of the car. It's halfway up the trees. It's a huge hit from Hardeep. Moves to 49. Maximo 6 more.
Oh, it's a good innings from Hardeep, but it's a lone hand in a side that's just struggled with the batting today. Never mind the 3 wickets. It's more just been the really accurate and quick bowling by Owarish in the first 3 to 4 overs. We've seen a few lusty hits this over and maybe the previous couple of overs, but that defence at the very start, was it 13 off the power play?
Yeah. Really
Wonderful.
shut things down.
Oh.
Well, he's going to go up and out of here, and it'll be 50 runs to Hardeep Singh. Maximo. Great shot. That's the longest boundary on the ground. He clears it with ease. 55 off 19. He's been great. And you know what? They are still in the hunt for this point. Now 27 off 12 required. The half century is acknowledged.
Yep.
But that over went supersonic. 30 came off. It's 82 for 3 off 8.
Wow. That really was a big over, and it felt like a big over. Look at that that graph.
I mean, that blue line, which is the line to get a point, that was looking miles off. But now 27 off 12. Swans have got a fight on their hands. And they're going to come back to Taj Muhammad. But this could go 2 ways.
They really are properly within touching distance here now of that point. Although with Taj coming on, unless he bowls one of his super-duper bounces.
Now, Chris Ward has said gone Gone in the chat, but it should have a red squiggly line under it because it's now spelt Gorne.
That's right.
Gorn.
It's Gorn.
Anyway, here's Taj with some thunderbolts. And you can see they're thinking about running the bye or at least trying. This is one of those things when if you're really serious about getting back on strike, you got to hold your crease, make sure that the established batter gets there safely, and then try and get to the bowler's end.
Yes.
We've seen that happening a bit more lately. They probably don't want to just throw away a wicket right now, and you certainly don't want to get Hardeep run out, trying to sneak a bye.
No, it's a good ploy though. If the standing batsman holds his ground,
started happening. Should have been happening for a while, but it takes a while to filter through. Now they are wanting to go. He's caught behind. He's got a little edge on this. And so Greenshields will come up with another dismissal. So again, they were looking for it, but just the body language there of Jatinder tells me he gets a little tickle on that. So Taj has his first wicket of the game, and Fighters 82 for 4.
Well, Jatinder Singh, he came in, he's picked up 20, so that's not a bad effort. But it's just a little bit too little too late. And, while the bonus point's still on, new batsman comes in, he's got to get into it straight away. He's going to go straight towards Hardeep and have a bit of a chat. And I reckon the conversation should be from Hardeep, just get me on strike. That's all you got to do. You don't have to win the game for us. You don't have to have no glory. Get me on strike and let's get that bonus point. Let's walk away tonight with a bonus point.
Not an easy guy to come out and face at the best of times. Never mind under lights here. As this is Verinder, who's going to come in. He's certainly very capable, but this is going to be extra spicy under lights. A little bit like the hot sauce experience that you were telling me about.
Oh, yeah.
He missed out the first one. He's just stuck at the wrong end, Hardeep, isn't he? He's going cold, left on the shelf.
Oh, he's probably feeling it too, thinking, come on, I just needed a batsman to come in and tap it for one, get me up there.
It's one of those ones, though. I mean, that's where communication's important, saying, look, if you miss this, I'm sorry, but I need you to throw yourself on the barbecue for me. I need to get back down there.
That's right. It's for the point, for the team. Team needs a point. It's 27 from 9. It's getting proper steep now.
Missed, but also missed by Conrad to his left. Gets a piece of it, though, so they do change the strike with 2 to come by way of a bye.
Okay, well, Hardeep Singh is going to be thinking, well, if I can get a Maximo in here in one of these deliveries, it's still going to leave us 20 needed off the last, because he's also going to want to think about, do I try to get the strike off the last ball? What do I do? How do we get this done? Because he's going to want to face.
Yeah, he will.
Next over. He's got to want to do
That's
that.
true, but I think you've pretty much got to try and hit everything for a boundary and hope you can get back off strike. It's clever bowling. It's the last thing he expected.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit tough, more tough trying to see it under lights, and especially when you've got someone like Taj Muhammad. So those variations that during the day you might pick easily, under lights, it's just a bit more difficult.
It is difficult, isn't it? Yeah.
You don't get the same lux out of any floodlights compared to the sun.
So true. Our eyes take a bit longer to adjust this sort of thing, and even then, difficult.
Wow, that one takes off. So you can see it looked like a different game when Taj is out there. And Hardeep saying, what are you appealing for? Looked to me like he missed it by a distance. But anyway, what a great over. Taj takes 1 for 8 under lights here. That misses the outside edge by a bit, I think. It's 83 for 4 after 9. What that does mean is that fighters will need 26 off the over if they're going to take a point out of this game. Could be crucial. How about that? 2 maidens in the innings. That was a fake maiden from Taj, though, because it did have a bye in it.
Did have a bye, yeah.
Not a true maiden, but we actually had Junaid with a wicket maiden in the 4th over as well.
Yeah. And at the top of the table there was Asad Mahmood, who bowled in the first over of this innings, and he only went for 1.
Yeah, true. They always just tend to put him on the bench after that, don't they?
Yes,
Quit while they're ahead. Anyway, Absa is coming back to bowl 10th over. 26 required by fighters. Verinder on strike. And that's one I think now you pretty much do have to try and get Hardeep back on strike by any means necessary. Be called a bouncer, actually. Interesting. Okay. There you go. Top of the fence is, yeah, probably. You've got to look for a reference point there.
Yeah.
Anyway. Virat gets a score. Got to run no matter what, surely, this time. Well, maybe not, because that is going. It is going, and it is gone. G-O-R-N-E. Gone.
Lovely
Phil
strike.
G. And a lot of people are saying you should be called Phil Gorn.
I saw Dave say that in the chat. Phil Gorn.
Where'd that come from? It's 20 off 4 now. 2 6s, 2 4s will do the trick. Got to get at least 2 off this, though.
Oh.
Wow, it's a hanging full toss. Probably just coming down in time. But if that isn't called, that means that it's going to be pretty tough now. You're relying on an extra. Even 3 6s won't be enough. They need 19 off this last 3.
Yeah, square leg umpire unmoved on that one.
Looked like it was, because it was a change of pace. Probably wasn't just dipping enough.
Yeah, I think so too. So, Gallant, if there's 3 legal deliveries, they won't get the point, even if they hit 3 6s.
He's bowled him, and so Alarm will have time to party as the moon comes out here at Miranda de Corvo, and the sun setting on Phil's time in this wonderful Portugal night series. They'll have a bit more time to reflect as that partnership comes to an end. A good innings, though, from Hardeep. He did everything he could to keep his team in the contest.
He did.
He's finally knocked over for 55, and fighters are 90 for 5.
There you go. So that's it for that. The fighters, as you say, 90 for 5. 2 balls left in this match. In this match 2, and Owarish are going to have a pretty good night to be able to celebrate and say 2 good wins, top of the table, looking the goods. Who wants a piece of us? Who wants to have a go at us? When these guys get to meet Punjab CC Amadora, I'm going to be really looking forward to that. It's a mouth-watering matchup.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Couple to come, Lalit. He's going to get knocked over. Well, you know, that's 2 in 2. It's a golden duck. And, Phil, this could be a hat-trick to finish your time.
Please.
Here at the ECSN. This is perfect. It's full. It's straight. It's through the gate. It hits the target. Alarm on a hattie here to finish the night. 90 for 6.
Oh, middle stump, rock backs, bails all over the place. And I may get to finish my wonderful ECNS... sorry, I'll try that again, Phil. My ECSN Portugal experience with a hat-trick.
You know what? So much to say, so little time. But on behalf of everyone at ECN, it's been great to have you for an extended run, Phil. We will see you in just a couple of weeks in Czechia.
Absolutely.
That starts 2 weeks tomorrow. In fact, I'll be there even earlier because we've got 3 days of the CE Cup, which is women's this year, with Czechia as well as Gibraltar and also Croatia in that. But listen, Phil, it's been a great 3 weeks. Call it in here. Alarm on a hat-trick, last ball of the night. Kumar on strike.
Alarm storming in from northern end. Hat-trick ball. Here it comes. Oh, just hit to the ground. And they're going to jog through for a gentle run out.
Yeah, well, Conrad, he'll poach another stat. Very, very well done. I tell you what, he's got it sewn up, hasn't he? Virak will be run out for 7. They're going to finish 90 for 7. Thanks so much to everyone for your company. Super Fives continues tomorrow night. Don't forget, so much more cricket coming. We have 5 games in Cyprus tomorrow. And then tomorrow night we'll see the Capitals here for the first time in the Super 5 stage taking on the Lisbon Super Giants, and then Fighters who play again in the night match. But we'll Phil, like I said, on behalf of everyone, it's been great to have you. what's really become clear is how much you love the game, how much you love European cricket as well, and how enthusiastic you are. I think everyone in the chat has loved having you on the microphone as well. And I know you'll be keeping a close eye on this, even though you do have to get back home.
Oh, of course I will. And I can tell you, Vinny, especially you, and the ECN crew, this has been an absolutely magical 3 weeks, man. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Have a quick look at the card there before I continue. Hardeep Singh, 55 from 22, playing a bit of a lone hand. Jatinder Singh tried to help him out with 20 from 10, but that is just terrific bowling when we get to those stats. And, of course, Conrad behind the stumps. A run out, a caught, a couple of stumpings, can't keep him out of the game. And when we get to the bowling, well, already I can tell you there, 4 extras only 3 wides. That's a testament to how good Awarish were in this game. They were absolutely properly on here tonight.
Another 4-pointer for Awarish, who now have 38 out of 40 available points in the series. So they have been on fire, haven't they? Again, just shows you that extra incentive to get all the points is taking their games up, even in games that maybe they normally meander through. Exactly. And they were on and took at those top 3 in particular. Incredible figures. Stunning
figures at the top there. Top 3 batsmen. 2 maidens amongst there. If you count, say, 5 overs, 2 maidens, that is 2 wickets for 13 right there. Those top 3 bowlers destroying the fighters' chances of getting anywhere close to the target, let alone the bonus point target. Such a good control bit of bowling by Awarish. Brilliant stuff. They thoroughly deserve to get the 4 points. Yeah, well, like I said, there's so many messages in the chat, so we appreciate that. I want to say a big thanks to Phil. And like I said, it's not goodbye. It's just au revoir for now, because we'll be seeing each other pretty soon. And we've already talked about it. I know you're very busy at that ECS, but we'll try and at least get you on. We'll sort something out.
We'll try and get you on for a game or two around your other duties.
Yes.
All right, last words?
Last words is thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you, ECN. Thank you, Blue Crew. Thank you, production as well. And thank you to you, Mr. Maximo, for giving me a shot to get me off the interchange bench, out of the blue, 1 week's notice. Phil, can you help us out in Portugal? I turned to Mrs. Filthy and I said, babe, is that okay with you? And she said, of course it is. Knock yourself out.
I heard you actually said that from the taxi on the way to the airport. You just yelled it out the back door. But anyway, no, Phil, honestly, it's been great to have you. If you want to hear Phil, he'll be in the chat, I'm sure, during the week as well, right?
For sure.
And we can continue this conversation. But on behalf of ECN, thanks one more time. Thanks to all our viewers as well. If you haven't already, make sure you like this video and subscribe to the channel. Tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network and all the fun we have every single day. We had a 17-match weekend. I think last Sunday we had 28 hours of live cricket in one day, which just defies science. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And finally, our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out the table. We're on top of it at the moment. Well, Phil, thanks one more time. And we'll be seeing everyone tomorrow, either virtually or in person, for matches 3 and 4 on day 2 of the Super Fives.
It's going to be massive.
All right, so it's good night from me, Mr. Maximo, and Phil G. We'll see you tomorrow for more ECSN Portugal. For now, it's hasta mañana.